Hello, shalom. Welcome to JewishTV.media. Today's topic is Netzach. Netzach means victory. Netzach is the seventh of the emotional dimensions, or the sephirah rather, and the soul powers that we have. Netzach is probably the most potent and powerful of all the dimensions, and because of that, could be, if we awaken it in an enemy, the most dangerous. Netzach literally means the desire to win at all costs. Now, in a positive sense, that means a desire to achieve and to accomplish and to be victorious against those things that come in your way. Netzach is a soul energy that you need to tap into in order to overcome all challenges and all difficulties that you might have. That is Netzach. So, on the other hand, when you have an interaction with another person, let's say you have a disagreement with the other person, or worse, and you discuss with them this disagreement, and you awaken within them a desire to be victorious, then everything else goes out the window. What they want is to win, and that's all. They will cut their nose to spite their face. And so you have to be very careful when having these interactions with others, not to develop this desire, midas hanatzchonot, it's called, desire to win in the debate with them, because even if you beat them, they will damage you in any event. So in an adversary, you don't want to bring out this power called Netzach. But in yourself, when it comes to the challenges of life or difficulties in life, you want to tap into this power that is actually touches the essence of one's soul, that regardless what happens, I'm going to overcome and be victorious. In the mystical teachings, it says that Hashem, in his desire for victory, so to speak, which means to achieve his goal in creation, he awakens, or we are able to awaken his midas hanatzchonos, his desire for victory. And in order to achieve this desire for victory, he gives us the greatest abilities to be able to achieve his ultimate purpose, which is to make a dwelling place for him upon earth. And so the example is given like a king who might be fighting a war. And in order to win that war, he will do anything. He will totally empty his coffers of all his possessions and all his treasures, so that the soldiers and officers in his army have the means to be victorious in a war, because it touches the essence of his being. So too Hashem, in order for us to achieve our ultimate goal and purpose on earth, in order for him to achieve his goal, which is, as we said, for us to make this world a place that is hospitable to the divine, to godliness, he gives us very deep dimensions, very deep concepts of spiritual power and ability in order to achieve this result. And that is the power we call Netzach. Thank you for joining us today on JewishTV.media. Please join us again next time.
So that didn't really get fully into what I wanted to start talking about, but So we have a new guest, Colton, one of my friends from ASU. He's since graduated, but we actually met in a Babylon or Mesopotamia Gods and Kings class. Really fascinating, and just we bonded over a shared interest in mythology, and yeah, so I invited him on, and
All right, awesome. Colton, nice to meet you, man.
Hey, nice to meet you.
it's good to see you. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's great seeing you. Great seeing you too. I'm trying to figure out a better position for my camera to make it more naturally look like I'm looking at you guys. Oops. Hold on. I'm just gonna turn the cam off for a sec.
No worries. I'll just pull up the first source. Let's see. I'm going to have to probably zoom in a bit. I'm just going to.
What was it that you wanted to talk about that he didn't bring up in the video?
Oh, so I mean, it's more so this idea that like, yeah, it's a type of victory, but it's also like a type of like perseverance, and like this idea that though things are hard, that like that's still possible to endure, and it it's much more of an emotional type of endurance than say like a what intellectual type. So for instance, say Colton, I'm just going to mute you, and then you can unmute yourself when you're done moving around. But basically, it's this idea that it can be both a victory over something else, but it can also be like an internal victory, this type of like struggle with oneself. And I mean, I think probably the first time you actually see that even mentioned as a possibility is the moment that you have, the expulsion from the garden. Because when they're in the garden, there's this idea that they're in Eden, they're in like literally paradise. Or so Eden means pleasure or delight, and so like the Garden of Eden is the garden of delights and the garden of pleasures. And it's this idea that they didn't have to work for their food, that they just could pick fruit off the trees, and that like basically none of the animals were attacking each other, they were all living in peace. And so it also kind of goes to the idea of let's see, is it
Can you explain a little bit about the word Eden?
Yeah, so actually this is maybe a good place to start. So the word Eden, I don't know enough about like the context in which it so there are there's some older parts than, like, if you look at Genesis from a historiographical perspective, it's probably one of the like later parts of the Bible. But in terms of in terms of Eden, because it's a lexical root, it appears in multiple places. I'm actually going to pull it up here so you can see. So Eden, it's used in a few different ways, but probably one of the most interesting, in my opinion, is one second. I have to see BDB online. One of the most interesting is in the context of this term Me'adeni Melech, and that means like royal delights or delights of the king or pleasures of the king. And it's referring to this like delicacy that was produced by the tribe of Asher, who were also like the primary agriculturalists. But okay, let's see. So Eden. So it starts with an ayin. So ayin Daled Nun. Here, Eden. So, and see, I tend to think that there is some sort of like, for instance, so here you have Adal, and I think that Ad might have some context of shelter, or like, given this is like, I don't have any, anything to directly support this. It's just kind of like a feeling, because you can see a general vibe that you see with certain like two letters. So for instance, the root Raf or like Reish Pei probably has some context with burning or like scorching, or well, basically heat.
Is this like a desire? It's like a pleasure, or something like a physical pleasure?
Well, so what I mean with this is so here you see adal. It means to turn aside or retreat or refuge.
Okay.
So it's this idea that you're going away from chaos, from battle, from violence. And then here you have Eden, which means maladies, languor. I mean, it's okay. Luxuriousness is probably the best translation. So it's like luxury is not something you have when you're in battle, but so Eden, luxury, dainty, or delight. So oh, that's interesting. Is this saying that Sadine? Okay, this is fascinating. There seems to be a folk etymology that's trying to connect Sadine, which is probably derived from satin, like satins. Basically, this word it's used to refer to like a luxurious covering or clothing. So that means that there probably is some context with that, but then also this idea that it's a delightful one or something that's like treasured. Maybe there's that connection there because it does have the dalet and the nun, and then it's possible that the ayin gets like dropped and then the samach gets assimilated.
Okay.
And so here's this word madani. So from my delights have let's see, does it actually say? Yeah, it doesn't. I don't. From my dainties hath he thrust me forth of delights of worshipping. Yeah, none of these are talking about the verse that I'm referring to, but
Okay.
let's see. Here you have Adna, a man with a foreign wife. That's just someone's name. So now you have Edna. Oh God, Edna means delight within a sexual context. I'm sorry, but Edna is one of the least sexy names. Sorry to anyone named Edna out there. It's like
Sad.
it's nothing personal. Oh wow,
But that's just a name, you're saying.
well, no. So no, Edna is a name, but it literally means sexual delight.
So is the garden a garden of sexual delight?
Possibly. I mean, it's
That's it.
interesting because there's this. Let's see.
Sounds like a pretty Aleister Crowley kind of interpretation, to be honest.
Well, so actually, I'm going to bring up something. I don't know if you were here watching this when. Here, let me see. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. I opened it right up to the tab. So, okay. So, oh shoot, that's what it is. So here, so there's this one thing in Zechariah where it was I forgot who brought it up to my attention. It was one of the people in the stream. It was either Zephyr or Snappy. But so I then the angel who talked with me came forward and said, "Now look up and note this other." So well, I should probably start. So I looked up again and I saw a flying scroll. What do you see? He asked, and I replied, "A flying scroll, 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide." So we watched a video from Tovia Singer, and he explained that this is actually the dimensions of the portico of the temple. So the gateway. So there's some symbolism there. That, he explained to me, is the curse which goes out over the whole land. For everyone who is stolen, as is forbidden on one side of the scroll, has gone unpunished, and everyone who has sworn falsely, as is forbidden on the other side of it, has gone unpunished. But I have sent it forth, declares the Lord of hosts, or let's see, literally Yahweh Tsevaot, or some people have the theory that it's possibly there's this also syncretism between was it Jupiter Sabazios and Yahweh Zavaot, that there might be some connection there.
I mean, it's a pretty specific name, right?
So I mean, in this, the thing is, it's a chicken or the egg thing. Because I forget what Sabazios means, but Tsevaot means the hosts or the armies. So I mean, at the end of the day, But then you also have a case where they're in the Talmud where they're talking about a statue of Serapis, and they're translating or they're transliterating his name as Sar. Like they're trying to make it Sar as in prince or ruler or leader, and then Apis from Mephis, like someone who gives out or disperses like goods, and trying to connect it with Joseph. But the thing is, they don't change the samach into a shin or a sin, which would indicate that you're dealing with the word Sar, as opposed to, in this case, it's clearly being derived from the name of Serapis, the Egyptian and Greco-Egyptian god.
It's the sun god.
Was he a sun god? I thought he was a serpent god and a healing god.
Right. It's a yeah. Well, yeah. It's the god. This is where it starts to get the waters are really muddy, because in the last couple of podcasts that Carl Ruck appeared on, he pretty much said that bulls in mythology are mushrooms, from the word muskos, and that they derived it from the sound of the bull mooing. Okay, so the Serapis is the Egyptian, the Apis bull god. And then we have the same link here with horses and bulls. I mean, Ammon's the one who's been drawing a lot of these links with horses. But there it is. Sabazios is the lord of the horses.
Oh, true. Yeah, connected with the Scythians. But I guess. What's the Greek word for mushrooms again?
Muskos. I'll pull it up. I sent it to you in the chat a couple of days ago.
That sounds awesome, but it also just sounds too good to be true. You know what I mean?
I know. I mean, Carl Ruck's the one that he's written several books on it.
I mean, it's not like it's not being pulled out of nowhere, because you definitely have that connection within the Vedic traditions, this association with cows and this like idea of enlightenment, and basically that within cow scat is where mushroom grows. So I mean, it definitely. I think that. Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes a lot of sense because, for instance, I think on the first or second night, we discovered this one reference to a drink called the Shati. Wait, I'm trying to think if that's what I'm talking about. So the Shatit, and so the Shatit is probably some sort of like analog to the Kikion in the Eleusinian Mysteries. And
where did you see the reference to this at?
So this is in the Talmud. So this is actually maybe a good place. Well, so I'm going to finish this reference.
Go for it.
So and it shall lodge inside their houses and shall consume them to the last timber and stone. Then the angel who talked with me came forward and said, "Now look up and note this other object that is approaching." I asked, "What is so?" Ve'amar ma he and I said, "What is it?" Vayomer zot and he said, and the angel said, "This is a tub, or this is a bucket." Efa. Hayotzat vayomer zot enam bechol haaretz. So okay, this is hard to translate, but basically, and they said that this is like their eye, or in their eye, in all the land. I guess it means it's like the like maybe it's everyone from all the land looks to it. I'm not really sure. But then you have Vehine Kikar Oferet, and behold, a disc or a circle of lead lifted up, and there was a woman, a single woman or one woman, sitting inside the tub. So, like, I mean, it seems like it almost seems like it's implying that she's naked, because what it says later. So that, he said, is wickedness, and thrusting her down into the tub, he pressed the leaden weight into its mouth. So he's sealing the woman that's inside of the tub, presumably bathing. So, like, I don't know. Personally, it brings up this, like, almost like Aphrodite-esque imagery to me. but that might just be me. But Ve'esainai, and I lifted up my eyes, ve'ereh ve'hine, and I saw, and I beheld, shtem nashim, 2 women, yotzot, like coming out or soaring out, ve'ruach bekanfehem, and the wind was in their wings, ve'lahena, knafayim kekanfei hachasida. So they had wings like the wings of a chasida. And so what's interesting here is it's a stork, but there's another way you could translate this, because so the root for this is chesed, and it basically means loving kindness, or essentially like a type of like the type of love that a mother has for their child. And so apparently the reason that storks are named chasida is because they're seen as stork, so called as kind and affectionate to its young. So what's interesting here is that the idea of like a chassid, so a chassid is the male form of that, and a chasida is a female form. So it's possible it's saying that they have wings like that of a stork, or possibly even like that of like a kind or like a merciful one, possibly implying some sort of angels. And the fact that they have wings is definitely implying that they're angels.
All right. So before we move on, because there is a lot to unpack here, what is the word used for tub, and is it what's the what is this tub? So this could be something that you could tip. I'm interpreting this as like they're mixing something in a tub, and when something has wings, it sounds pretty psychedelic to me. If this thing is flying, it's in a vision, it's got wings, it has to do with angels, it's got to do with powers, all of this stuff. There's sounds like a lot of code words.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at this. So Efa, probably because the meaning is a dry measure of quantity equal to 3 seahs, 10 omer is the same as a liquid measure bath. So the same as the liquid measure bath. So it's like the standard quantity of water that's in a bath. So
what does that look like? Do we have an idea what that looks like?
I mean, probably just some sort of wooden or stone tub. Like it's basically something that you can put weight in.
9 gallons. Okay. Yeah, 9 gallons. 9 gallons of liquid. That doesn't sound like a lot of liquid, does it? Sounds like it's like an ingredient measure is what I'm getting at. Like if you were a pharmacist and you were measuring out a dosage, you would need to know exactly how much you were putting in there. And it's using a lot of key phrases here is all I'm saying. Like key words like angels and wings and scrolls. Like what's a flying scroll? But
maybe it's the scroll that makes you fly.
That's kind of what it sounds like though. Is like what how do you interpret, first of all, the context of him beholding this vision?
So I mean, I'd have to look further up to see. Let's see. So, what he said to me, I see limestone. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so this is actually. I was just listening before this. I was listening to the finishing up Neil's video about debunking mythicism, and basically showing all the examples of Richard Carrier making himself look like a fool. And I mean,
man, I haven't watched that one yet.
It's really good. But so this is actually the reference. So they try and say that the high priest, because there's this reference to like the angels. So they try and make it that the high priest Joshua or Yehoshua, they try and make that into being a reference to Jesus. And so that's where Richard Carrier is getting this idea that there was some sort of angel, and then trying to connect that with the high priest who happened to be named Joshua or Yeshua. But yeah, I don't really. I mean, so like looking at this, the things that's talking about, here you have a lampstand, all of gold, with a bowl above it. The lamps on it are so I am guessing, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that Zechariah takes place during the second exile. Let's see. Zechariah.
Do we know what are these bowls and lampstands? Are they like religious ornaments?
Yeah, so there is stuff that was used in the temple. So okay, let's see. So prophet Zechariah. Let's see. So the name Zechariah means God remembered. Not much is known about Zechariah's life. That's kind of ironic.
Is this like a menorah?
Yeah, so the lampstand with 7 branches is the menorah. But
Oh wow.
so other than that which may be inferred from the book, it has been speculated that his grandfather Edo was the head of a priestly family who returned with Zerubbabel, and that Zechariah. Oh, so and that Zechariah may have been a priest as well as a prophet. This is supported by Zechariah's interest in the temple and the priesthood, and from Edo's preaching in the books of Chronicles. So what's interesting about this is that so he was born after the return to Judea from Babylon. And so the reason why it's referencing these things, so okay, I understand the context now. So basically, here, let me pull it up again. So so he said, okay, I in turn asked the angel who talked with me, "What do these things mean, my lord?" So then the angel asks, "Do you not know what those things mean?" asked the angel who talked with me, and I said, "No, my lord." Then he explained to me as follows: "This is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, said the Lord of hosts." And also important to keep in mind, so this is also the part where you have the angel talking and it's saying the Lord of hosts is the one speaking.
What's the word used for power here?
What?
What's the word used for power here?
Let's see. Lo b'chayil. So not by valor or not by vigor. So this is the word like so Eshet Chayil, it's the woman of valor. But at the beginning it also says like lo yiten nashim chayilech. Don't give to women your chayil. And there's some interpretations that either it's saying don't give women your strength because they have their own strength, or that it's saying don't like give yourself over to women so that they can destroy you. It's but interestingly enough, this is something that's attributed to the words of the queen or to the mother of the person who's like writing it. So it's probably less of a misogynistic thing and more of just a warning not to sleep around, because then you're going to have all these heirs and they all have a claim to your throne. But so not by valor and not by so lo b'chayil, not by valor, lo b'koach, and not by strength or by force. Ki'im beruchi, because in, or so it says but by my spirit. That might be the best way, because ki'im, because within my spirit, Amar Adonai Tzavot, because within my spirit spoke the Lord of hosts, or but by my spirit said the Lord of hosts. So what I think it's saying is basically, so let's see. Okay, this is interesting. Does anybody score in a day of small beginnings when they see the stone of distinction with, let's see, Et ha'even havdil, the stone of separation, biyad Zerubbabel? That definitely sounds alchemical.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Can you dig into what the stone of distinction might mean real quick?
Yeah, so let's see, commentary.
I'm gonna have to write that down. That seems kind of important.
Do we have anything in English? Okay, yeah, we have some. So, well, nothing on the stone of distinction, but let's see. For whoever let's see. Does anybody score in a day of small beginnings? So, for whoever despised the day when the temple was founded, which was small in their eyes, as is stated in Ezra, but many of priests who had seen upon its foundation wept aloud when they beheld this temple, and in Haggai, it is not as nothing in your eyes, will rejoice in it. So I think this is saying they're complaining that the second temple is nothing compared to the first. And hold on 1 second, I gotta block this. There's where was I? There's okay, so those 7 are the eyes of the Lord ranging over the whole earth. So it seems like it's saying those are the 7. Yeah. And what, I asked him, are those olive trees? One on the right and one on the left of the lampstand. So it seems like, this is interesting. So you know the idea that there were the 2 pillars in the temple, like Yachin and Boaz?
Uh-huh.
So there's this idea that columns or pillars represent far more archaic trees. That essentially the point of the columns in the temple is it's supposed to represent the forest, that the trees surrounding. It's like a grove. That the columns literally represent a grove. And so if that's the case, then there might be this idea that here it's saying that because they're on the right and the left of the lampstand, or the menorah. Let's see. Yeah, let's see what it says here, because basically these are the right and the left pillar, but it's the right and the left tree. And furthermore, with that, you have the idea that those 7 are the eyes of the Lord. And it seems like it's connecting the 7 eyes with the 7 lamps, or 7 branches. Okay, this is interesting. Wait, what is okay, what's this word for 2 tops? Ears. Okay, this is interesting. So what are the 2 tops? Shibboleth.
Literally ears of grain.
Or a flowing stream. Interest. Oh no, that's contextual, because do you know about do you know what do you know about the story of Shibboleth?
No.
So this is a good place because it's connected to agriculture, and it's also connecting to this. So let's see. I'm going to try to find one that explains it and is not terribly long. Okay, is this? Yeah, unfortunately, the thing is, when you're trying to find stuff like this, all too often you're also going to find stuff that's just so fundamentally fundamentalist.
Yeah, no, just before we get too sidetracked, I wanted to stick with this what's going on, this woman who they're calling wickedness, that they're shoving in a tub and sealing in with a lead top. Is that what it said?
Oh, you actually just made me think of something else. So look at this. So you have the two olive trees that are on either side of the lampstand, and then you have the 2 women that are on either side of the tub. And there is this connection between the menorah and the divine feminine, whether it's Asherah or the Shekhinah, but basically that there's this idea that they're connected. And so it might be kind of mirroring this idea of what is it, Madonna Magdalene complex, or was it Whore Madonna, how you have the sacred woman and then you have the dirty woman, and so they're taking off the dirty woman and then they're going to bring the holy woman, which is the menorah. But again, that's just my own extrapolation.
Okay.
But yeah, so going back to where we were, so that he said is wickedness, and then so this word harisha, wickedness in civil relations, of enemies, or ethical and religious. It's probably talking about ritual impurity. Let's see if there's
this is where it gets really confusing, I guess is the right word, because we haven't gotten to move past. It's like another magical phrase again. I'm just trying to keep things practical, because it sounds like they're talking about something that's really happening to them. It sounds like a visionary experience of some kind. He's trying to interpret it. and tell us what he's seeing. But he's, it sounds like he's trying to code his language a little bit.
Definitely. And so what's interesting is what they do with it. So so I looked up again and saw two women, coming soaring with the wind in their wings. They had wings like those of a stork and carried off the tub Bein haaretz ubein hashamayim, between the heavens and the earth. And so
that's like a very alchemical phrase again.
So this is actually it's definitely alchemical, and one of the things that we kind of picked up here, I'm going to, let's see, this was what am I looking for? It's oh right, Lila. So have you ever heard of Lila?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, where is it? Oh, maybe okay, so Lila is basically the only female or feminine angel, or like explicitly feminine angel. So let's see, where is it? Another explanation of it hath been already, or it has already been, it is written, the Lord by wisdom founded the earth. So, but literally, so it's written, Bechokhmah, in wisdom, or with wisdom, which is also one of the names for the Shekhinah. Yesod haaretz, in wisdom the earth was formed. So this idea, it's not just like God formed the formed the earth in wisdom. It's literally saying that wisdom founded the earth. And then also, I have filled him with the spirit of wisdom. When
you're talking about the spirit of wisdom here, that's what you're talking about, right? Specifically.
Yeah. So it's the idea of Sophia, or additionally, the idea of the Holy Spirit.
Right. Okay. Perfect. So
this teaches us that the tabernacle was equal both to all the world and to a human embryo, which is a world in miniature. This is from Ginsburg, Legends of the Jews, that says that. Wait.
Whoa! Slow that. Read that again.
What? Which one?
That last part.
Yep. That the tabernacle was equal both to all the world and to a human embryo, which is a world in miniature, or a world in entire. So it's basically this idea that it's like a microcosm, that you have, the smallest level. I mean, and probably even more. It's
another alchemical phrase, like as above, so below.
Definitely.
Well, where is this ever mentioned again, but other than in the Legends book, that the tabernacle is equal to a miniature world?
So basically, at least the way that I'm understanding this is that because the Legends of the Jews is basically a German translation. So it's a German translation of parts of the Talmud. Like, I don't think every part of it is, but it's definitely an idea that you see repeated elsewhere. But so this is okay. So how is that so? When the Holy One, blessed be He, created His world, He did so just as a child is born to a woman. A child starts to grow at the navel and then develops in all directions. And the Holy One, blessed be He, began the creation of His world at the foundation stone, the Even Hashtiyah, and built the world upon it. Why was it called a foundation stone? Because the Holy One, blessed be He, began the creation of His world upon it. Then He created the celestial temple, as it is said, the place, O Lord, which Thou hast made to dwell in. Do not read the word as makom, foundation, but as mekuvan, exact opposite. Your dwelling place above is directly opposite to your dwelling place below. Another one, like you were saying.
Yeah, man, it keeps good back. There's no, as far as I know, there's very little evidence of any kind of like factories of alchemists in ancient Jewish culture, right? There's not like.
Oh, there was.
There was.
Yeah.
I know it was a lot in the Muslim world. So there's a lot of evidence for it. We don't. What are there like? And I think there's like one book that I know. That's about it.
Yeah. So here, let's just get through this part, and I'll tell you about that, because that also ties in with the whole spirit of like directly ties in with the spirit of the night. But So the formation of the embryo is like the formation of the world. For just as the embryo is formed in the womb of its mother, so too the world was formed at the foundation stone. So it's almost, it seems like it's even it's likening the foundation stone Yesod to a mother from which the world grows. So basically, so Yesod is like the penultimate sephirah on the tree of life, and then Malchut, which is the world, is the last one. So it's this idea that essentially that Yesod is the womb that gives birth to the child, which is the world. So Rabbi Yochanan asked, why is it written, who doeth great things past finding, yea, marvelous things without number? Who should know that every soul from Adam to the end of the world was formed during the 6 days of creation, and that all of them were present in the Garden of Eden, and at the time of the giving of the Torah? As it is said, with him that standeth here with us this day, and also with him that is not here with us this day. What is the meaning of great things past finding out? It refers to the great deeds the Holy One, blessed be he, did in the formation of the embryo. At the time that a man is about to have intercourse with his wife, the Holy One, blessed be he, informs the angel in charge of conception, whose name is Lila. Lila's role is described in Nida 16b and Sanhedrin 6a. The Holy One, blessed be he, says to her, know that on this night a person will be formed from the semen of a certain individual known to you. Guard this drop of semen, take it into the palm of your hand, and sow it onto the threshing floor in 365 parts. And she would do so. She took it into her hand and brought it at once to him who had said, it hath been already, and said to him, I have done all that you have commanded. Here is the drop. That what have you decreed concerning it? The Holy One, blessed be he, forthwith decreed concerning the semen what its end would be, whether male or female, weak or strong, poor or rich, short or tall, ugly or handsome, heavy or thin, humble or haughty. He decreed concerning everything that would happen to it, except whether it would be righteous or wicked. That choice he left to the individual, as it is said, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. So you definitely have this idea, like it's directly connecting the idea of human seed with the seed of the tree. Oh, you're muted if you were saying anything.
No, I'm just agreeing.
Oh, okay.
I see the connection, but what does it mean?
Well, it might go into it further. So the Holy One, blessed be he, would summon the angel in charge of souls and say to him, bring me a certain soul which is in the Garden of Eden, whose name is so and so, and whose form is such and such. All the souls that would exist in the future were fashioned with the first man, and they will exist to the end of the world. All of them were created on the 6th day of creation. They were designated to be the descendants of Adam. As it is said, whoever cometh into being, the name thereof was given long ago. Then the angel departed to bring the soul to the Holy One, blessed be he. When the soul was brought in, it prostrated itself before the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he. At the time, the Holy One, blessed be he, says to the soul, enter the semen that is in this one's hand. The soul opens its mouth and cries out, Master of the universe, I have always been satisfied with the place in which I dwelt from the day you created me. Why do you desire that I enter this putrid drop? So you literally have this idea of the highest being, forced or being pushed into this, what's being referred to as essentially putrid matter.
This is like a very Gnostic idea going on right here.
Definitely.
Doesn't it sound like an archon is forcing the soul into a creation?
I mean, in a way, but like there's a Jewish way to understand it as being like not like overbearing, but that it's like literally the whole point of even having, like heaven in the first place.
I mean, well, what do you
Yeah.
mean? What do you mean?
Well, so like there's this idea that that God created the world. Well, and so for one, why did God put, the ability for humanity to separate itself from God and from the garden if that wasn't part of the plan? And so I think what it is that there's this idea of you have to be exiled from the garden to return to it, so that not only can you dwell in the garden, but you can know what it means to not be in the garden. It's kind of like this idea of like, I mean, it's almost like you like two different polarities, but then once you've experienced both, you can actually appreciate both. And so like the whole idea is, what's the point of the creation of the world And the understanding is that it's in order to be able to appreciate being one with God in heaven, because there's the possibility that you can't be. Well, and not being like one with God in like not like in not in a Brahmanic sense, but more of like a like, you know, you're with God, but not necessarily like in or part of God. But yeah, then they. Oh wait, where was I? So putrid drop.
Before you move on here,
Yeah.
can I just say that this is what seems to me like we're talking about He-Man. This is where the guy got the name for He-Man from.
What do you mean?
This is the connection between Adam and the Masters of the Universe.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, so enter this putrid drop. Now I am holy and pure, but then I will be cut off from the place of thy glory. Thereupon the Holy One, blessed be he, replied, the place which you are to enter is better for you than where you have dwelt.
Wow. Where does this idea come from? I mean, I've never even heard of this idea before, that angels are involved somehow in the, like, you know, the term angel before just meant messenger. Now this angel specifically is, I mean, there's a whole group of angels being introduced here, like involved in taking the creation of your soul from heaven to earth.
Well, so interestingly, I think so obviously messenger could also be the context of like a carrier, someone who carries one thing from one place to the next.
Okay.
But on top of that, I actually think it might be like not monolithic, but like, was it like when you're only looking at something like one dimensionally? So if you look at I'm going to pull it up. So malach, so it's also this idea of like above and below. So on one hand, you have this idea that let's see.
There's a lot of mirroring going on here.
Yeah. So here you have melech, to become king, queen, or reign. So that's one of the word for melech. So melech can be a king. It is also where molech is derived from. And then molechet is, oh wait, that's just a name. Milcha is a name. Then you have melucha, which is kingship or royalty. You have malchut, which is royalty or like the actual kingdom, like that which you.
This is like on the sephirah tree, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Same word.
Exactly, same exact word. And so then you have mamlacha, which is like the actual like political entity of the kingdom, or like I think like no. So if you were to say the kingdom of heaven, it would be malchut hashamayim. But if you were to say like so I think malchut is like a form of mamlacha. But then if you keep going down, let's see, mamlachut is you just have different like derivatives of it. But then if you keep going down, you'll eventually see malach, which means to counsel or to advise. So but then, is there not? It should have more. Oh, that's right.
Is there any because there's so many references to these. It doesn't sound like there's any kind of operation going on here, like extraction. Doesn't sound like they're dealing with any herbs or anything, but there's so much going on here with the visionary process, and there's obviously with all the wordplay, it's kind of hard to even understand. Like, we got to go back a couple steps here.
Definitely.
He's yeah, I'm kind of lost now all of a sudden, because it's like, first of all, he's having the angel showing him the vision of between the two lamps, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about just a few passages ago something completely different, and now we're talking about who's being created here. Whose semen are we talking about? Is there somebody who's is like his descendant?
I mean, it's probably. See, I'm not really sure there, because
there's a lot of terms like the King of Kings. He's prostrated before the King of Kings, right? So there's second mention of a holy epithet that's You know, it's different from the first one. The first one was Sabazios, right?
Well, so let's see. So this is actually interesting. So
Bring me a certain soul which is in the Garden of Eden.
Where is that? Bring me a certain
Right in the first part of the paragraph.
Okay. So yeah, here the Holy One, literally, it's Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that that Yud Hey Vav Hey doesn't actually appear in the Talmud. That it's that this is where you start to see the shift towards Hashem, not actually the use of it, but you have like epithets used to refer to him rather than Yahweh Sabaoth.
Right. Well, that's what there's. You know, I try to keep certain. It helps me to keep certain things in perspective when they use these names because they pop up in stuff like the Greek magical papyri quite a bit. You know, and they're used in magical operations, and they're usually used to describe, you know, like to give you the sort of like a code. Like, you know, if you see this name in here, you know, and if it's saying use this name to praise God, call God this during this ceremony, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if it says use God's name, it's like a key to tell you look over here and say this is part of the oil that they were burning in the lamps, for example. You know, like where's the reference to what's going on here? What, like
Okay.
after he
Yeah.
after what happens after this part? Let's finish this up so I can get
Okay.
some context here.
Definitely. Also, so okay, I figured it out. So I was looking for the wrong thing. So malach, so it's from le'ach, to work or a messenger, but it seems like there's definitely a connection because you have the malacha, and so actually the term that's used to refer to that which is forbidden to perform on the Sabbath is malacha. It's work, and it's this idea that work that was performed in the construction of the temple. Yeah. Let's see. Malacha is that. Okay. Yeah. Melechet or malacha means work, trade, vocation, or task. Interesting. Ahuv et a love trade.
What's the love trade? What is that?
Let's see. This is from Pirkei Avot.
Is the love trade the work that's done on the Sabbath? Is that what they're saying?
Oh, okay. So Shammai and Avtalion received the oral tradition from them. Shammai used to say, "Love work, hate acting the superior, and do not attempt to draw near the ruling authority." So is that the same? Yeah. Ohev et ham malacha. Love your work,
Okay,
or
so
love the work. So it's just a weird way that it was translated.
Saying love trade, yeah, like love your trade.
Yeah. So let's see, where are we? So future drop. That the place which you are about to enter is back. Oh, and that's the idea that I was going to say. So basically there's this idea that before the creation, you have heaven and earth as one, you know, tohu vabohu, formless and without form and void. So then you have the separation, and then it happens to be that that the garden, it kind of represents almost like the coming together of heaven and earth, but it's on earth. It's either on earth or it's in heaven. It's kind of unclear. But then there's this idea that so you know, cast out of the garden, but then when we go back to the garden, that there will be this like almost like a heavenly understanding, like we'll know that which we knew in heaven, but we'll be able to like live on earth. And I mean, there's a bunch of different ways of understanding it, but I think more than anything, it's about knowledge. It's this idea of like ancient knowledge that was lost, that will be that will bring us into a new age, and not like, you know, like, oh, everything will be completely. I mean, some people think it'll be completely different, but I tend to think that it's more so like, I mean, you're literally dealing with an enclosed garden. That there's so much alchemical stuff in that. But let's see.
It's really difficult to move past just this you know, just this previous thing here that we were talking about. You know what? Just the previous passage. You It's all right. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, yeah. So from the moment I created you, it was only for this drop of semen. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, forced him to enter there through against his will, though against his will. So yeah, you definitely have some demiurgic ideas there. But the question is, because like, so there's also a tricky thing because the Hakadosh Baruch Hu, sometimes Hu and He are interchangeable. So
All right.
like,
I have a
technically
question
this
there.
could be referring to the Shekhinah as well, which would make more sense within the context of like that God's commanding it, but the one who's doing it is actually like Sophia or wisdom. But after that, the angel turned around and placed the soul in the womb of his mother, and 2 angels were assigned to guard it lest it go out and fall. He placed the lighted candle at its head, and as it is said, "Oh, that I were as in the months of old, as in the days when God watched over me, when his light shined over my head." Interesting.
Are we talking about cherubim here, like flaming swords?
So no, it's this idea that so you have 2 angels that are assigned to like guard the mother, and then you have Lila, who's assigned to actually be inside the womb with the child, where she teaches it Torah and like all of the lessons of the world. And then right as it's about to be born, she presses like a finger up to its lip, and that's why we have the
The cleft palate.
or no, not cleft palate. It's the thing that everyone has.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, like it's like the Cupid's arrow, or I forget what it's called, but there's a bunch of different names for it. And so it's this idea that that's like where like it's almost this idea of like sealing the lips of the child, and that even that, and I mean this is more my own extrapolation, but it's almost like even though they might know, like as they start to learn to talk, they start forgetting the language of the past world. And interestingly enough, I mean, I have a lot of issues with them, but Rudolf Steiner actually talked about a similar concept about like how, like in the first 7 years of life, that children are like closely attached to like the spirit realm.
The spirit world, yeah. Rudolf Steiner is a deep rabbit hole, dude. I can't believe you just brought that up.
So, okay, this is interesting. So he looked about and peered from one end of the world to the other. The angel took him and led him into the Garden of Eden and showed him the righteous one sitting there. So here, this righteous one, what's the word that they use for this? Let's see. And showed him Vemir'eh lo hatzadikim. So look at this. Tzadikim, tzadik, and chassid are commonly interchanged. So this could just as easily be the chassidim, in which case it's saying the righteous one. I think this is saying the righteous ones are the angels. Like, wait. Oh, no, it goes into saying it. So he looked around and peered from one end of the world to the other. The angel took him and led him into the Garden of Eden and showed him the righteous ones sitting there in honor, with crowns on their heads. The angel said to him, "O soul, do you know who these are?" And the soul replied, "No, my master." Whereupon the angel told him, These that you see were formed at first, like you, in the womb of their mothers, and they went out into the world. They observed the Torah and the commandments, and therefore were deserving and were selected for this beautiful place that you see. Know that when you leave this world, if you are worthy and keep the law of the Holy One, blessed be He, you will merit sitting among these. But if not, be assured you will be assigned to another place. Oh, this is interesting. Lemakom acher. So it's almost like kind of this paralleling this idea of like the Sitra Achra, the other side. The wicked, that evening he led him to the netherworld and showed him the wicked ones whom the demons were smiting with brands of fire. Let's see.
Oh,
interesting.
Why did that happen that evening?
Oh, no. So
you just jump into that?
So I think it's day versus night. It's this idea that day is, good and night is bad. Or at least
and this is still a division though, right?
Yeah.
This is how he's explaining it, right? Like in the morning I saw this, and now it's the evening and I'm seeing this.
Definitely. So
sounds like some shamanic traveling going on.
Oh, I didn't even think about it in that context, but you're 100% right.
He's visiting the upper world. Now he's in the netherworld. I mean, he uses the word netherworld to describe it.
Yeah.
What's the word here? Netherworld? Can you dig into that?
Let's see. Le'erev. Let's see. Le'erev at night. Molichu. He led. I think led legehinom to Gehenna.
Oh, Gehenna. Okay.
Interesting. So,
It uses the word Gehenna.
yeah. So woe is me, and none had mercy for them. The angel then said to the soul, "Do you know who these are?" And he replied, "No, my master." Whereupon the angels told him, "These are the ones who will be consumed. They were formed like you and went out into the world, but they did not keep the Torah and the statutes of the Holy One. Blessed be he. And that is why they have come to this disgraceful end that you are witnessing. Be assured that you will ultimately leave this world, but if you are righteous and not wicked, you will be worthy to enjoy life in the world to come." How do we know that this is so? From the fact that it is said, "For I was a son unto my father, tender and an only one in the sight of my mother." And he... Whoa!
What?
"For I was a son unto my father," which is referring to God, "tender and an only one in the sight of my mother."
Well, yeah, what?
"And he taught me and said unto me, Let thy heart hold fast upon my words, keep my commandments and live." I wonder, does it talk more about this mother?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Oh,
What does that mean? I don't understand.
I understand this. So it says, "Sons, heed the discipline of a father.
Okay.
Listen and learn discernment." So shimu banim, listen, children, musar, to the discipline of your father or of a father. V'hakshivu, and listen, hakshivu, ledaat, to knowledge. Ledat, to learn. Listen to learn. Bina, understanding. That's
There it is right there.
Yeah, that's the third.
There's another correspondence under the sephirah.
Yeah.
That's Sophia again.
Yeah. Take for kilakach, because because I've given you. Kinatati lakach tov, because I've given to you good lechem. Lachem, given to you, Torati, my teaching, el ta'azuvu, do not forsake it. Ki ben hayiti, because a son I was to my father, rach, from like racham, tender and special, before my mother. He instructed me and said to me, let your mind hold on to my words, keep my commandments, and you'll live. Okay, so here, kaneh chokhmah, acquire wisdom. Okay, this is interesting because I forget exactly where, it might be Proverbs, no, not 31, it's in, I forget exactly what it is, but it talks about at the beginning, or like in the beginning, the Lord acquired wisdom. It translates it as the Lord created wisdom, but the word is that he kaneh chokhmah, he acquired wisdom, and here you see it repeated here. But this is something that humans are supposed to do, so it's like this like above and below idea. So acquire wisdom, acquire understanding, and do not forget, and do not turn or swerve from the sayings of my mouth. Do not forsake her. So it's saying, my wisdom and discernment or understanding, and then also the teachings. Do not forsake her, and she will guard you. She's the mother. Love her, and she will protect you. The beginning of wisdom, Reshit Chokhmah. So either the beginning of wisdom or the beginning is wisdom. Kaneh Chokhmah, acquire wisdom. With all your acquisitions, acquire understanding. Cling to her, and she will exalt you. She will honor you all if you embrace her. She will adorn you your head with a graceful wreath. Oh wow, ateret. So titen le roshecha. So also with rosh, you also have ashar like in there. So aleph shin resh, and then if you put a hey there, so like rasha. if it was to be her head, so her head, Resha, is basically just a jumbled version of Asherah, which I think is really interesting.
And
But
it says stars.
what?
Like it says in reference to a height, like the height of stars.
Maybe.
Is that what it says right there on the right?
Well, so it says,
Like the head, top, summit, or height?
yeah. So
Height,
so it says she will give, or Leviathan, she will adorn, or wait, all right, she will wreath in glory your head with a crown or a diadem. But here Ateret is also it's also derived from the same root as Ateret or Atirat, which was one of the names of Asherah.
when have you ever heard a reference to another woman with a crown of stars?
Well, I mean, is there any reference to stars here?
Yeah, it says she, like I said, like a height, like the height of stars.
Wait, where does it say the height of stars?
You had it when you clicked on it before. It said she will adorn your head with a graceful wreath, crown you with a glorious diadem.
So, Titan Liresh, she will give to your head a graceful wreath, and Maganecha, and she will deliver a crown of beauty or splendor.
Okay.
And here Tiferet is the sephirah associated with the sun.
Okay.
And it's actually tomorrow as well.
So another star.
I mean, I guess if you look at it that way, but I mean,
what is she adorning your head with? What's the glorious diadem? The wisdom? Is that what it's referring to?
Let's see, commentary. There might be some commentary on this. She will give your head a wreath of grace. They are a wreath of... Okay, that doesn't really help. None of this commentary helps. Maybe there's...
Yeah.
I'll quote in commentary, maybe. Okay, here. I might have found something. She will give your... Okay. And afterwards, it brought another verse so that you do not say that the Torah does not have the ability to give actual life in the world to come to the soul. The Torah does not have the ability to give actual life. That's definitely like a life goddess trait. Hence, it brought another verse. She will give your head an accompaniment of grace, or a wreath of grace. With a crown of glory, she will protect you. And with this verse, it did not say, and a necklace for your throat. Rather, it only mentioned she will give your head an accompaniment of grace. And because of this, you should understand that it certainly comes to make known that the Torah gives the godly soul, which is in the head, an accompaniment of grace. So it's understood as like this, like the godly soul, as opposed to like the animal, or like the soul of man. So it's like this idea that there's, the nefesh, the neshama, there's the ruach, and then there's the chiyah, and the chiyah is like the godly soul.
Okay, and it's saying that resides in your head.
Basically, yeah. So it's like this idea that you have like the soul that rests in like your, I think it's like your gut, your heart, your throat, and then your head. Let's see. And this was okay. The world to come, there is no eating and drinking in it. Rather, the righteous one sits with their crowns on their heads. And this is exactly what it is said here. With a crown of glory, she will protect you. Oh, a Kabbalistic approach on the words. Every one of these four words reflects on the attribute of justice. Seeing the attribute of justice as speaking, the word et is known as representing the attribute of justice from Ezekiel. Wait, is there... this one doesn't really have a whole lot of... oh, here. Wait, a mole? Nafal Isha? What the heck? What is... So did our sages explain it. Others explain it as the stillbirth of a woman. Woman of Eshet, lewdness. There is a tav without the construct state. She will transmit to you a crown of glory, like a stillbirth of a woman. For the stillbirths born did not see the sun. According to the former explanation, it is like a stillbirth and a mole, and I was like a lamb, a bull, which Menachem explained like a lamb and a bull. That is a bull here too, a stillbirth and a mole.
What is going on here, dude?
Basically, it's talking about something like not
Like-
seeing the sun, I guess. I don't know. It's
What is? I mean, what is it? So, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty interesting. However,
yeah, it's really obscure.
yeah.
But let's see. So, for I was a son unto my father indicates that before I left my mother's womb, I was a son of the Holy One. Blessed be he who rebuked me as a father rebukes his son. Tender and only one in the sight of my mother alludes to the time I was tender and alone, and no one was with me in my mother's womb. What? That doesn't. That clearly is referencing not the earthly mother, but the heavenly mother. How, like, think about it. How can a child who is in the womb of their mother be in the sight of that mother? Oh, also, Colton, do you have any thoughts on any of this?
I think I did earlier. Right now, I'm just like kind of listening and observing. I don't know. I'm struggling, man. I'm tired.
No worries. No worries. I totally get it. Oh, this is funny. Neil said Ezekiel the DMT head. I mean, like, seriously, there is a good argument that they were on, that they were using various entheogens. I mean, that thing I was mentioning before, the Shati, it literally is an analog to the, or it's a possible analog to the Eleusinian mysteries. That's assuming that the main thing was some sort of ergot on barley. But even without that, there's the possibility that there were all these different infusions that were used in it. And then that's probably connected to the nabid of the Arabic tradition somehow. And that's what I was going to say before, how how you can actually have a and like something represent that which is in it or that which is connected to it. So, for instance, in the case of the kikayon in Jewish tradition, even though it's probably a reference to a psychedelic drug, the kikion is translated as being a gourd. And it's also mentioned that Muhammad told his followers not to make nabid in a gourd, and also to throw it out after 2 to 3 days. And the part of how it's made probably involves fermentation. So if you let it ferment too long, it's going to become alcoholic. But furthermore, it said that they were not supposed to do it in gourds. And I'm thinking there might be some sort of like biochemical reaction that happens if you put it in a gourd. Not necessarily that it's like adding any psychedelic effect, but what it's doing possibly is because of the starches and the sugars in the gourd, that it might, and also like the darkness, that but still being exposed to air, that it might have some like increased ability to ferment. Whereas if you were to have it in a sealed like skin, was it like a hide sack or something, like or like a bag, basically a leather bag or something, that it's not going to ferment quite as much. But that's all speculative.
Yeah, but I mean, you just, like you brought up just a second ago, dude. We're talking about earlier sealing something in a tub.
Oh, and you're right. And then the fact that she's known as wickedness.
Wickedness. What are they even talking about? What do we see? Is it some kind of water that we're sealing in the tub?
Well, so
she's a woman. She's wickedness. Like this, we have too many code words here.
Well, so looking at this, I think so that he said is wickedness, and then you look further down. Where are they taking the tub? I asked the angel who talked with me, and he answered, to build a shrine for it in the land of Shinar.
So there's something else right there. So they're building a shrine for this, whatever it becomes. They're taking it away somewhere else, like the Greeks do, and they're building a temple for it in someone else's land.
So Shinar is Sumer, but it could refer to all of Babylonia. But what's interesting is, so you have a woman who's in a bath, presumably naked, that she's called wickedness. This is the whore of Babylon.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's the same woman with the crown of stars. We're talking about thrones. We need Dr. Am in here, dude. We're talking about thrones and powers and sealing things in tubs with lead tops.
And then also another thing. So where it says, lead disc, lead tablets were what were used for curse and blessings, and
Exactly. That's why I sent you that link in the chat the other day, dude, about the teraphim with Rachel and Leah. We're talking about household idols that they would take the head of the firstborn son and take like a golden or tin tablet with a holy seal written on it and put it in its mouth and then install it into like the fireplace in the middle of the house, and it would speak oracles.
Oh wow, that's really cool. And so the other thing that I'm thinking though is maybe this reference to building a shrine for it in the land of Shinar. This could possibly be let's see, was it let's see, Temple of Ishtar at Nineveh. So this might also be connected to the story of Jonah, because
another guy getting sealed up inside something. Here we go.
Oh, good point. So
I've been digging into this Jonah story for the past couple of weeks. It's like I just bring it up randomly in conversation. What do you think's going on here, Colton? Why would somebody be getting swallowed up by a whale?
Why would he be getting swallowed up by a whale?
I mean, obviously that's not really happening. It's not possible.
Yeah.
And they're not treating us like we're idiots. They know that none of these stories are like for 5-year-olds. Unless you're a fundamentalist Christian, I guess. How would you interpret this? I don't understand what other way.
Well, I mean, I don't think we necessarily have to limit ourselves to what's actually possible, because fantastical sort of things do happen in ancient kind of stories like that. Any mythologies kind of stories. It's got something that doesn't really happen. Perdix, the kid that gets thrown off of a tower by his uncle that's jealous of him. People don't get turned into birds. You know what I mean? He got turned into a bird. But swallowed by a whale, does that have another meaning? Like, is it supposed to be symbolism? Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I've honestly never been able to understand this story, even since I was a kid. It's always kind of bothered me.
So I actually think it might be possible to interpret the given you'd have to kind of mix and match a bit, but basically, is it possible that him being swallowed up by the whale was actually a result of him being beneath the Kikion?
Oh shit! Wow. Why did you say that?
So
why did you draw that parallel? I mean,
so here, let me pull it up. So let's see.
Although a big question of that would be, in the story, Jonah is headed in the opposite direction, right? Because he boards a ship and he sails the other way.
So that itself is kind of interesting, because we're not 100% sure where Tarshish is. So let's see where it says here. Generally, people understand it as being Spain, but I mean, is it possible that there's this is just like, this isn't based off of any etymological research I've done, but is Tarshish maybe connected to Tarsus? I mean, it's so close in sound, like in phonetics, but of course, okay, let's see. Wait, Tarshish, a distant port, site not currently known, most likely Tartessus in Spain. Other views are Tirceni, the Etruscans in Italy, Phoenicia, Sardinia, Tarshish, Carthage maybe, Tarshish ships. Let's see, trading port. And then, so basically my argument is that, and it doesn't even require that it's, it doesn't require for shoot, what was I saying? It doesn't require that he actually was going to Tarsus or whatever. It's just, it's a possibility. But like if you were to look on a map, Tarsus is here. So if he is living in, well, actually that's a question. Where, well, so he starts in Jaffa. So all the way down here in Jaffa. So he takes a ship to Tarshish. Now he could either be going here or he could be going here. So, I mean, he's in the whale for 3 days. Is there any way a whale gets all the way to Spain in 3 days? I mean, maybe. I don't know how fast whales swim, but it's far more likely that, he's going to Tarshish and then he gets like spit up and then, let's see, where is Nineveh?
So Nineveh is going to be in the upper Mesopotamian area, right? It's like, yeah, like kind of where you're looking, that general area.
Yeah, so Mosul is modern day Nineveh, I think. But let's see, Temple of Ishtar. Temple of Ishtar. Okay, so yeah, here. Permanently closed. Oh, what a shame. So here, let's say you are, you're starting in Jaffa, and I mean, it's entirely possible he was trying to go to Spain, but I think it makes more sense that he ends up trying to go here to flee instead of going to here. But then maybe, I mean, I don't know. I think it's more likely than Tarshish in Spain, but again, it's there. I don't have anything to actually support this. But the other thing that's worth mentioning is that so he ends up in basically that he ends up in Nineveh, and that the people there worshipped Ishtar primarily, and that Ishtar is connected with Asherah. It was basically just the Assyrian Asherah. But let's see. Was there? Okay, here. Then angel instructed and told me, "Take my words to heart, keep my commandments, and it shall be described above, as it described above." The Holy One, blessed be He, then warned him concerning everything that would transpire. And the angel let. Okay, so you see this? Basically there's this idea that we know everything that's going to. Oh, that's where the New Age idea got it from. Basically, this idea that we know everything that's going to happen to us before we're born, but then we forget it. Though they try and make that into we know what's going to happen and we choose what's going to happen, when there's no concept of choice in this narrative here. And the angel led about from morning until evening. He showed him where he would die and where he would be buried. Then he led him about and walked with him through the world, showing him the righteous and the wicked and everything else. In the evening, he brought him back to his mother's womb. The Holy One, blessed be He, fashioned bolts and doors before him, as it is said, or who shut up the sea with the doors. So it's, okay, this is interesting. So here it's directly paralleling the sea with the womb.
Yeah, and then once again, we got these references to something being sealed, and the waters in the womb, and being shut up. Another. It's not a common reference for an alchemical vessel. Would be a hermetically sealed, like a womb. So it's very easy to understand here that it's not very easy rather to understand what's going on here.
It's easy to understand that it's not easy to understand.
Yeah, I mean it's there's a lot of veiled symbolism on top of him talking about something that he's interpreting through a vision that an angel's telling him. So it's like you're hearing it secondhand, almost third hand, almost. It's like he's trying to interpret something that somebody else told him.
Wait, who's trying to?
Right here in this passage, he's who showed him he would die and where he would be buried? The angel, right?
Yeah.
So the Holy One, not the angel, the Holy One, right?
Oh, wait, sorry, just rephrase it again. So the Holy One did what?
It's saying here in the passage above that the person showing him the vision or showing him all this is an angel, right? The Holy One.
Yeah, so it's the Holy One basically. So this is where it gets tricky because it's the Holy One basically. I'm trying to think of you ever see one of those shows where it's like they have the person it's like it's usually a comedy routine where you have the person who wait, did you ever see Severance? It was on Apple TV.
Mhm.
All right, anyway, basically, so imagine you have someone who they're wearing a headset and they're basically the intermediary between the boss who's like too powerful or too important to directly interact with you, but they interact with you through their intermediary. So it's kind of almost like a hologram type idea.
Yeah, now we're in the evening time once again. So this is like 3 phases. All right, we're in the 3rd phase now. You know, if you say, I don't mean to keep interpreting this alchemically or anything like that. It's just easier to kind of break it down that way.
No worries. Oh, this is really interesting. So, and I have put my words in thy mouth and have covered thee in the shadow of my hand. Then he said to him, thus far shalt you come, but no farther. So it seems like it's saying that that's the reason, like that because God commanded it, children don't fall out of their mother's wombs. So the child remains in the womb of his mother for 9 months. The first 3 months, the child dwells in the lowest part of the mother's womb. The next 3 months, he dwells in the middle part. And the last 3 parts, he dwells in the upper part. You're right.
Dude, I've studied alchemy for a long time, and you know, whenever you find symbolism like this, it's like, oh, we're making gold, and we don't want anybody to know how we're doing it, or we're tinning silver, or you know, it's like in the right before the Dark Ages, you know, when they were building all the cathedrals, they had all these sciences to build to like manufacture tinted glass. And you know, have you ever seen Lycurgus's cup?
Wait, sorry, one more time?
Have you ever heard of Lycurgus's cup?
It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat right now. You gotta check this out.
Okay, this is really interesting. So when the time arrives for him to enter the light of the world, but I looked at this, it's not the light of the world. Zamnu, like to leave, no, he when the time arrives, so when it arrives, or when he decides, or rather when it is decided that they will leave le'avir ha'olam, to the air of the world, not the light of the world. This is the air of the world. It's kind of interesting, but there's also
What is that? What is that? What do you mean?
So this word avir is air, but it translates it as or. But interestingly, so avir, so
What
if you
is
get
the
rid
air?
of if you get rid of the yud, it is or. So there's this idea that air and light are connected, that it's something that you can experience, but you can't actually you can't possess it.
Okay.
Like similar to light and breath, like it's something that you can experience it, but you can't actually contain it. Well, I mean, you can contain air. Never mind. But yeah, when the time arrives for him to enter the light of the world, he rolls downwards and descends in a single moment from the upper to the middle, and from the middle to the lower part. So here you have this idea that they start in the lower part, they rise up to the higher part, and then they descend back to the lower. So it seems like it's almost playing on this idea like of the tree of life, like
That's exactly right. Yeah, dude, it's a very shamanic interpretation of somebody. You know, he was in the netherworld earlier, so he's going in the Siberian shamanism. This is what their bread and butter. It's like the middle world, the upper world, the lower world.
Oh, and even further on this, he eats and drinks what his mother eats and drinks from the very beginning.
And who is his mother?
Well, I mean, in this case, it's both.
Yeah, dude, what's going on here?
So that he will not depart from her hungry. So yeah, it's referring. He eats knowledge, but also the food that his physical earthly mother eats. Hence, sorry, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, read that next part.
Yeah. Hence Scripture says, "Who doeth great things and unsearchable marvelous things without number." Interesting.
So, like miracles.
Definitely, yeah.
Wow.
And it almost seems like it almost seems like a parallel, like when Jesus says, like, you will do greater things in my name.
Right.
I think this
is a revelation to the mystery right here.
Yeah, I think he was probably quoting the mother, this idea that, she's great, but that her children will do greater things in her name, or like
Through her, yeah. Yeah, you're dead on, dude.
Wait, did you say through her also?
Yeah, you're dead on.
Oh, that's so wild. But yeah, when at last the time arrives for his entrance into the world, the angel comes to him and says, "At a certain hour, your time will arrive. Will come to enter the light of the world." He pleads with him, saying, "Why do you wish me to go out into the light of the world?" The angel replies, "You know, my son, that you were formed against your will." Yeah.
Here we go again, like the unsealing of the vessel, and now it's coming to light. Putrefaction stage would be over. Now you're letting outside air in, light.
Yeah, and literally, they use the word putrid.
Yeah, dude, it's very alchemical. They're using all the right words. They're talking about separate phases.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what they're talking about. Like what they're exactly they're making.
A child.
The dragon child or what?
Well, so interesting, like what we were talking about before with Crowley. I mean, this whole idea of
the moon child,
of taking the seed into the hand and then like imbuing the soul into it, like that. That's definitely a type of sex magic, but it's just in the context of that it's this angels and God doing it. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, he wrote there. Do you know who Jack Parsons is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, he did a magical sex ritual called the Moon Child, where he was trying to create this baby, the Antichrist baby. And it didn't work, obviously.
Some people would argue it did. That it wasn't like a physical child, but that it was a spiritual one.
I know, man. What's it called? Last podcast on the left just did like a 4-episode series about Jack Parsons.
Oh, nice. I'll have to check it out. So let's see. The angel replies, "You know, my son, that you were formed against your will. Against your will you will be born. Against your will you will die. And against your will you are destined to give an accounting before the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He." Another tripartite paradigm.
Yeah, and it's also another reference to like a 3-part journey. You're gonna die, and you're born again, and then you're being revealed before the king.
Yeah. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to leave, and so the angel struck him with a candle that was burning at his head. Thereupon he went out into the light of the world, though against.
Dude,
yeah.
Come on here. What? It's hard to understand here what it means if an angel strikes you in the head with a candle, burning candle. Like it's sounds like a hit of DMT to the head.
Hey, I mean, like Neil said.
Oh my God. Neil knows what's up.
Yeah, so let's see. Nevertheless, where is it? Thereupon he went out into the light of the world, though against his will. Upon going out, the infant forgot everything he had witnessed and everything he knew. That sounds just like when you're in the in a psychedelic state, how like you can experience all these things and then you can't take any of it back with you. Like you can only try and capture it within metaphysical and within like metaphorical terms, but like you basically have to capture it in that way, otherwise it's completely gone. See, why does the child cry out on leaving his mother's womb? Because the place wherein he had been at rest and at ease was irretrievable, and because of the condition of the world into which he must enter.
Another pretty Gnostic reference there of like it's an unfavorable place.
Interesting. So then the 7 stages in the life of man began for him. In the first stage, he is like a king, for everyone inquires about his health and is eager to look at him. They hug him and kiss him since he is only 1 year old. In the second stage, he is like a swine that grovels in dunghills.
Wow, you gotta be kidding me. You know what else grows in dunghills?
Mushrooms.
Oh my God, I wasn't gonna say it.
For a child waddles in the dirt when he is 2 years old. In the third stage, he is like a kid who skips about in the pasture.
No, it's not talking about growing mushrooms, but you know, a
Yeah.
common practice for alchemists back then was to use dung, especially horse or bull dung, as like an oven. It's like a womb. That's literally what you would refer to in the alchemical text as like a type of furnace, because it keeps your like a low heat over several days. So like, you know, with alchemy, you can't apply like a high heat to certain substances because it'll burn it away and it'll cause it to transform into something else that's unusable. So you needed like with the homunculus practices, for example, you know, you're putting something in a womb that's supposed to be buried in the earth for 6 months. How are you supposed to keep it warm? They would cover it with dung and make like a type of womb for it.
Ugh. But it's also interesting because what was it? So the word for dung or dunghill in Hebrew is ashefa, and so you only need to change one letter, change the pay into a ratio, and you get asherah. So like there definitely is this connection between the two, like even if it's just very, very minute. So here I think when it says about a kid, it's referring to like a goat kid. He skips about here and there while laughing, and everyone takes delight in him. In the fourth stage, wait a second. So that also seems like it could be referring to Capricorn. In the fourth stage, he acts like a horse about to run in a race. When is that? At the time of maturity, when he is 18 years old. Just as the horse prances about and preens himself, so the youth preens himself before his companions. In the fifth stage, he is like an ass upon which a saddle has been placed. Men place a saddle upon him by giving him a wife who bears him sons and daughters. He roams hither and yon to obtain food and sustenance for his children. They pile additional burdens upon him, and he is overwhelmed with problems because of his sons and daughters. When is that? When he is 40 years old. In the sixth stage, he is like a dog who intrudes here and there and takes from one and gives to another and is not embarrassed. This is like Saturnian. In the seventh stage, he resembles a monkey who is different from all other creatures. He asks about everything. He eats and drinks like a youngster and laughs like a child. He returns to his childish ways in discernment, but not in other things. Even his children and the men of his household mock him, curse him, and hate him. When he offers an opinion, they say ignore him, for he is an old fool. He behaves like an ape in all situations and in whatever he says. Even the children laugh at him and mock him, and the wild birds can awaken him from his sleep. And finally, as his day draws near, the angel comes to him and asks, do you not recognize me? And he answers, yes, but why do you come to me on this day of all days? The angel replies, to take you from this world. Oh God, I'm getting chills. The time of your departure has come. He begins to cry out immediately, and his voice can be heard from one end of the earth to the other, but no one recognizes or heeds his voice except a crowing cock. He says to the angel, have you not already taken me out of two worlds and brought me into this one? That idea again.
The third world, yeah.
And the angel responds, did I not tell you that you were formed against your will, that you were born against your will, that you would live against your will, and that ultimately, so that you were formed against your will, born against your will, that you would live against your will, and that ultimately you would have to render it. So here you have 4. The 3 turns into 4.
And it's like 4 different stages of judgment of something that's, you know, against your will, and whatever that means. They're referring to maybe, you know, like burning away something that's going through some kind of new process. It's against your will, and then what's this 4th stage that it becomes? What's the accounting?
So let's see. And ultimately you would have to render an accounting before the Holy One, blessed be he, against your will. So I mean, there's definitely this I'm pretty sure that you can start to see how Gnosticism really emerged out of Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
Is between this and the reference to like the Ammon or the Demiurge in Proverbs. There's definitely this idea that there's 2 gods, that one is like kind of tyrannical and one is comforting, and that it's really
you're really right on with that, man. Like, because it's the female and the male aspects that we're dealing with here, right?
Yeah. And so now taking it back to this, I think that another way you can view this is So, and behold, a disc of lead was lifted, revealing a woman seated inside the tub. Maybe it's a reference to because so it's not a perfect analysis, but so like it would be better if it was impurity rather than wickedness. But maybe the woman is so either the woman is the mother, giving birth, and so no, it's like I don't know. It doesn't feel right. It definitely feels like it's this understanding of like a spiritual woman, because like you're not dealing with someone who's literally being carried away by angels. You're dealing with a vision.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I keep bringing up all these other modes of interpretation. I'm not going to bring out the young book, but what are we talking about here when we're talking about a visionary experience like this? We're not talking about raiding a village and saving some people and fighting with swords. He's telling us straight up what's happening. He's not telling us straight up. He's telling us that a flying scroll came to him. What the heck what does it mean? What does it mean by a flying scroll? Because that's not really clearly defined for us. And it goes into all this deep, the metaphorical language gets so deep that it uses other passages in the Bible to help you understand what it's talking about. When it does these, it's like speaking in codes again. It's like, to help you understand what I mean, go look at this. Go look at Job. And what are we looking at for in Job now? It's like we're digging through so many different pages of text here just to get to the bottom of one phrase sometimes.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'll find the best reference, and then there's nothing more about
There's nothing there. Exactly right. And it seems like it's a lot of this stuff, it's like this green language. We're talking about like hidden words, and they're using coded references and hidden coded words, because they're not speaking in plain language here, especially when you're talking about something as otherworldly as talking to an angel or being shown, different visions of God, giving you instructions or whatever.
So, okay, this is interesting. So with Zechariah, where we're reading, some reference to the angels from, so that takes place during the Second Temple period. But Jonah supposedly takes place during historicity. Let's see. Many biblical scholars hold that the contents of the Book of Jonah are ahistorical. Although the prophet Jonah allegedly lived in the 8th century BC, the Book of Jonah was written centuries later during the time of the Achaemenid Empire. The Hebrew used in the Book of Jonah shows strong influences from Aramaic, which is evidenced in the fact that you see the word kikion, or kikayon, and the cultural practices described in it match those of the Achaemenid Persians. Some scholars regard the Book of Jonah as an intentional work of parody or satire. If this is the case, then it was probably admitted into the canon of the Hebrew Bible by sages who misunderstood its satirical nature and mistakenly interpreted it as a serious prophetic work. Let's see. Does it? I mean, it's also connected to the. Oh yeah, here, look. So from like Yason, because like Yonah, there's a possible connection there, but then the other one was with like. I forget what the name of that one sea god.
What is what is this reference? What is Joseph Campbell talking about here? He's the guy.
So he suggests that the story of Jonah parallels a scene from the Epic of Gilgamesh, in which Gilgamesh obtains a plant from the bottom of the sea. In the Book of Jonah, a worm, Hebrew tolath, maggot, so technically tolath just means like a worm, or basically it's like a bug that you don't necessarily see, but it eats things. Bites the shade-giving plant. So keep in mind, is this a physical shade or a literal shade? But attacking its roots, causing it to wither. Whereas in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh ties stones to his feet and plucks his plant from the floor of the sea. Once he returns to the shore, the rejuvenating plant is eaten by a serpent. And a serpent and a worm are kind of paralleled.
Come on, dude.
And so the tolat is also the literally the tolat shani was what was used to produce the red dye, like the carmine.
What?
Yeah. So
See now you just nailed it. Now we're talking about processes again. And we got an alchemical process like a dye factory involved, right? We're talking about dye factories in the Persian Empire now, in the Achaemenid Empire. Right? This who knows what's going on in these dye factories? They're getting high just from the fumes of the place cooking from blocks away.
definitely.
And these guys know what they're doing. You know, this is some. You know, we got plants at the bottom of the sea now, and we got snakes, and you just said like the kykeon, the gourd. Where did the Jason reference come from?
Let's see. So Campbell also noted several similarities between the story of Jonah and that of Jason in Greek mythology. The Greek rendering of the name Jonah is Jonas, which differs from Jason only in the order of sounds. Both OS are omegas, suggesting that Jason may have been confused with Jonah. Gildas Hamel, drawing on the Book of Jonah and Greco-Roman sources, including Greek vases and the accounts of Apollonius of Rhodes, Gaius Valerius Flaccus, and Orphic Argonautica, identifies a number of shared motifs, including the names of the heroes, the presence of a dove, the idea of fleeing like the wind and causing a storm, the attitude of the sailors, the presence of a sea monster, a dragon threatening the hero or swallowing him, and the form and the word used for the gourd, kikayon.
Wow.
Hamel takes the view that it was the Hebrew author who reacted to and adapted this mythological material to communicate his own quite different message. And that's what I've thought for a while, ever since I picked up on this connection to Kikayon. And so here in Jonah 3, you can see, so the word of the Lord came to Jonah a second time, go at once to Nineveh, that great city, and proclaim to it what I tell you to. Jonah went at once to Nineveh. So this is after, he's escaped from the belly of the whale. So he goes to Nineveh in accordance with the Lord's command. Nineveh was an enormously large city. What's it say? A large city. Okay, this is interesting. Vayakam Yonah and Jonah went up. Vayalech, and he went to Nineveh. Kidvar. Let's see. In accordance or as the Lord commanded. And Nineveh was Ir Gedolah Le Elohim, was a large city for God. What does this mean?
Something it's making me think of is, do you remember from our class, like the practice of, because Nineveh would have been the capital of, not Babylon, but the one before him. What's their name?
Assyria.
Artemis, right?
Assyrians. You remember how the Assyrians would take the idols of lands they would conquer and they would bring them to the temple in their capital city? And so if God's, idol at the time or whatever was in the city of Nineveh, then, God's in that city because he's one of his attendants of Asher.
So it's there's probably something to that. It reminds me of that one reference where it talks about, the two winged women carrying away the tub with a woman in it to Shinar, which Nineveh's in Shinar. And so you could argue that maybe it's, it was a large city for or of, because here, a second meaning, plural, intensive, a god or goddess, always with, let's see, in reference to Dagon, Chemosh, or Ashtoreth, goddess of the Sidonians. Chemosh, god of Moab, god of the land. And so the Syrians suppose that Yahweh is a mountain god and not a god of valleys. So it's because Elohim is both plural, but it's also it can technically be, it's not like it is feminine, but it's not that it can't not be, or it can be feminine, even though it's not explicitly. So maybe it's saying that, and then here, look, a 3 days walk across. So here you have the 3 repeated.
I know the 3.
Jonah started out and made his way into the city, the distance of 1 day's walk. So 1/3 of the way, and proclaimed 40 days more, and Nineveh shall be overthrown. So 40 is also a reference to a generation. So it's if you don't repent in a generation, the city will be destroyed, or 40 days. So if it didn't come true in 40 days, he could be like, oh, well, it's the generation. So the people of Nineveh believed God. They proclaimed a fast, and great and small put on sackcloth. When the news reached the king of Nineveh, he rose from his throne, took off his robe, put on sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he had the word cried through Nineveh. So like Vayamar B'nai, let's see the word. He cried and spoke through Nineveh by decree of the king and his nobles. No man or beast of flock or herd shall taste anything. They shall not graze, and they shall not drink water. They shall be covered with sackcloth, man and beast, and they shall cry mightily to God. Let everyone turn his back from his evil ways and from the injustice of which he is guilty. Who knows but that God may turn relent. He may turn back from his wrath so that we do not perish. God saw what they did, how they were turning back from their evil ways, and God renounced the punishment he had planned to bring upon them and did not carry it out. So now Jonah's pissed. This displeased Jonah greatly, and he was grieved. He prayed to the Lord, saying, "O Lord, isn't this what I said when I was still in my own country? That is why I fled beforehand to Tarshish. For I know that you are a compassionate..." So, El Rachum v'Chanun, Erech Apayim v'Rav Chesed v'Emet. So, I know that you are a compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger, or with a long snout, but with great kindness and merciful. Please, Lord, take my life, for I would rather die than live. The Lord replied, "Are you that deeply grieved?" Now Jonah had left the city and found a place east of the city. He made a booth there and sat under it in the shade until he should see what happened to the city. So he makes a booth. Does it say sukkah? Yeah, so he makes a sukkah. The Lord provided, so here it translates as a ricinus plant, meaning of Hebrew uncertain, others gourd. So, Vayamin Adonai Elohim, and the Lord God gave a kikayon, provided a kikayon. And so here you can see.
You're kidding.
Yeah, perhaps a gourd, castor oil plant, bottle gourd, castor tree, ricinus, in the Bible occurring only once. It's a hapax it appears only in Jonah. And then here you can see from the Syrian kukanitum, kikayon, kukanitum, a garden plant, usually ricinus. I wonder what it means by ricinus. Does it maybe mean resinous?
Resinous, yeah, it has to be. What does ricinus even mean?
Are you looking it up?
It says it's a castor bean plant.
Yeah, but I wonder, yeah, I'm not sure. But so then you have kiki in Egyptian. You have shemen kik in the Talmud that is referenced as essentially like gourd oil. And then you also have cucurbita lagenaria, a vine growing and withering rapidly.
Are we talking about 3 different species of plants here?
The thing is, they don't know what the kikayon was.
Why? That's what they're saying here, though, is they're trying to explain what they thought was in it, right?
So yeah, these are different possible etymologies. So you have the kukanitum from Assyria, which is a garden plant, which I think that's probably the best translation. But then you also have Arcommunis. Let's see. I don't know how they're getting it from that, but then you have Kiki in Egyptian. I do not.
This kind of stuff moves really fast past people. So let's just take a step back here. Where did you get this word from?
Which one? Kikayon?
Yeah.
So it's in Jonah. It says that God provides this kikayon, which grew up over Jonah to provide shade for his head. So the question is this a literal or a figurative? So here you can see.
Well, it's saying here, just if you could finish that little passage, it makes him happy.
Oh yeah.
It relieves him from discomfort. So it's some kind of medicine. If you were in pain and you were lost in the desert, and you're out on the east side of the city, and you have to build a little shelter for yourself, right? You're probably suffering of some kind, and you're like, this plant makes me very happy. God sent it to me. It eases my discomfort, and it's a mystery plant.
Yeah. And this is interesting. So let's see. To provide shade for his head, lehiot sel, to be. So okay. So it says me'al leona, to grow up over Jonah. Lehiot sel, to be a shade al rasho, upon his head, or for his head. And so Tsel, shadow on dial, shadow shade as protection, shadow symbolic of transitoriness of life. Let's see, what else is there? Shadows or shade as protection from sun. Oh, shoot. Okay, here. Shadow of my roof of cloud, shadow of thy wings, referring to the protection of God, protection, defense, covering of a prophet, also of wisdom. Shadow is symbolic of transitoriness, individual life near its end. Let's see, is there another Tzilah? No, so yeah, he becomes happy. So he's upset and then he's happy. But the next day at dawn, let's see, so Ve'yamin ha'Elohim and God provided Tolat Ba'alot, a worm to go up. Oh shoot, wait, I need to close all these tabs so that it's easier to read. So God provided a worm. Wait, where is this? Oh yeah. Tolat. So this word tolat, worm, scarlet stuff, crimson, worm, the female Coxus ilicis, scarlet stuff, crimson, scarlet, the dye made from the dried body of the female of the worm Coxus ilicis.
Hold on. I gotta look that up. Coxus ilicis. How do you spell? Oh, I can't see your screen.
And so this is really interesting, but so Psalm 22:6. Let's see. This actually gets adopted by Christianity. So here. So let's see. For the leader on Ayelet HaShachar, a Psalm of David, Eli, Eli, lama azavtani, or in Aramaic, lama sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why have you? Why so far from delivering me and from my anguish roaring? My God, I cry by night, you answer not. By night and have no respite. But you are the Holy One enthroned, the praise of Israel. In you our fathers trusted. They trusted and you rescued them. To you they cried out and they escaped. In you they trusted and were not disappointed. The anochi tolat, but I am a worm. The lo ish, and not a man.
Check this out. Okay, this is the worm that they're talking about.
Here, are you? Well, let's see. Where is it? Do you? Okay.
They're talking about a dyeing factory here, dude.
Yeah, and so interestingly enough, these they're actually referred to as like I think it's like granum. I forget exactly what they're referred to, but there's a. And actually, here I'll show a video of that after. But let's see. So yeah, these are what the bugs look like. They basically don't even look like bugs. Basically, they look like plants more like. But yeah, and actually out here in Arizona, there's I don't know if you've ever seen this, Colton, but like there's some cacti around campus where they have like this white shit on them, and it looks really gross. But if you crush it up, it actually produces this blood red dye. And so it's a different species, but there is a similar species out here in America.
You know, that's actually pretty cool. I also wanted to bring something up too, from something that you were talking about earlier, and how you keep talking, and how Rat King keeps talking about the mixing, like the dye factories, or the Kikayon. I was like thinking about its connection maybe to the Jason story, like it was talking about earlier. And then there's that Greek drink, the Kikaon, and that comes from the verb kikao, which means to mix or stir around, which is making me think of the like the dye factory thing.
That's also really interesting because the shatit that I brought up on either the first or second night, that is described as something which is mixed, and that like basically you're allowed to do it on Shabbat, but you aren't allowed to knead it because that's work, but mixing is okay. And so it basically you have to do a certain it talks about how you do it, but that you take this like barley that has only been a third sprouted, or like it's only grown to a third of its potential, but like that there's a reason that it stopped. It's not like you just stop it at that point. So it seems like it might even be referencing some sort of like mold or ergot maybe. But that they to take this, to roast it, to grind it into fine powder like sand, and then to basically mix this in with all the other stuff in with water, or I forget if it's, but some of the ingredients are mentioned are honey, vinegar, trying to think what else, but that's relevant because I forget if I ever showed you, Colton, did I ever tell you about the that one professor who, oh yeah, you met Professor Schick one time, right? The one who's a Freemason.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
so
did.
so one of his friends, P.D. Newman, has actually written on basically an analog to the Kikion, or actually not to the Kikion, but some sort of acacia brew that might have been present within Masonic traditions, like at the beginning of Freemasonry, and that it was something that they might have taken from the Near East that was going all the way back. But so I found this one reference to the shatit, that it's derived from this root shoteh, which means to drink. But another if you change the shoteh into a shoteh, it becomes acacia, shita. And so acacia is one of the plants that naturally produces DMT. And it just so happens that if you were to basically by using vinegar, honey, and I think wine was one of them. Oh, and then also some sort of base. They basically are able to extract out the active ingredient, and I mean, there's definitely something there. And the thing with the shatit is that it's a mixture of all these different things. Like it mentions median drink, or like median liquor. So from media, that there's I'm trying to think, Egyptian zaytom, or like Egyptian beer or something. You have I forget what else, but it's very clearly an entheogen.
Yeah, P.D. Newman's awesome, man. I've read all of his stuff. You got to look into him. He's drawing a line, a pretty clear connection between the Theosophical Society, John Dee, and I think it's the Royal Society, and their connections with Freemason, possible connections with Freemasonry, and the production of what he's saying the same thing that Ariel just said, that they're talking about sophisticated extraction processes. That much at least is clear from what we're able to pull out here just from us talking.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more I start to see it with all these different, especially like this, that snail on the tree being connected with red dye and stuff like that. All this talk of mixing and
Yeah, I mean, it's like just not even paying attention to the story is what happens to me when I read these things sometimes, because it's hard to deny. I mean, it's hard to overlook all these. Like if you were to make a Word document, or like a Google Doc, and just put all the references you see, and you could put a category of all the different code words that they're talking about, you'd probably be able to come up pretty fast with just a short dictionary of, just like we did right just in this discussion. Something's going on here where they're talking
Definitely.
about making something, and it's not necessarily the red dye. That's what's obvious. They're pulling a blind somehow. It's the Orphic language again. They're using. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so you think that the worm might have been used in the mixture?
Yeah, I mean, like if I was a dyer and I had been running a dye factory for 10 years and I became a master at it, I probably learned how to make something else.
Well, and it does make sense because you can actually carmine is one of the ingredients. I think it's replaced by like artificial red dye now, but it used to be used in candies, and like it's used as a food dye. But apparently, some people are allergic to it, and so it's only still used, I think, in Mexican food sometimes.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really interesting. So you could definitely use it to dye food. In fact,
Okay.
yeah, that's one of the primary purposes. But so anyway, so then the Lord said, "Oh, right." The worm attacked the plant; it withered, and then when the sun rose, so this happens at night when it attacks it. God provided a sultry, or let's see, what's this word? Elohim ruach kadim harshit, a harsh or hot ruach kadim, wind from the east, or easterly wind. The sun beat down on Jonah's head, and he became faint. He begged for death, saying, "I would rather die than live." Then God said to Jonah, "Are you so deeply grieved about the plant?" "Yes," he replied, "so deeply that I want to die." Then the Lord said, "You cared about the plant, which you did not work for, and which you did not grow, which appeared overnight and perished overnight." So I look at this and I see this is clearly what is it if not a mushroom?
Dude, I didn't want to say it, man. What could grow? Nothing. So I don't know if it was P.D. Newman or not, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit. But I actually called a local Christian radio station one time because this was like in 2012 because I was researching this exact same thing. It was kind of hard to deny the fact that there's a passage in Exodus, I believe, when it says that they leave a midbar, and it's like when the manna appears on the ground. Okay, so what's the manna? It appears overnight, it spontaneously grows, and then it melts in the morning sun the next day. I'm from Southern California, man. There's mushrooms that grow here overnight and turn to black goo in the sun right before your eyes.
Interesting. And there's even people tend to be like, "Oh well, it kind of happened in the desert," but the thing is, people tend to misinterpret.
The word it uses is midbar.
Yeah.
And the research I was reading, like I said, I can't remember right now. I'll look it up and send it to you. But the word was translated as like the edge of a cow pasture, like the edge of the forest where the animals would graze.
So davar means to speak, but so in the context so you can see Devir is the hindmost chamber of the temple. Davar.
See, Madbar. There it is, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Pasture, wilderness. Like
so
a pasture.
Yeah. So wilderness is the best context. It's basically it the desert is wilderness, but like I think there's a different word for let's see. But yeah, basically, it's possible that the wilderness wasn't actually the desert, but it could have been the Judean highlands.
Well, it's you. Like I said, you drew the parallel, and it's kind of hard to. What plant would you be willing to die for, man?
Well, so I tend to think it's probably a mushroom, and that they're happening to rather than say this is a mushroom that is special, they're just calling this plant by. They're using a Hellenistic term, kikion, and they're using it, something that's mixed or has the effect of something that is mixed. And so even if it's not a mixture itself, it has the effect of something that does.
But like, is the first part of the word dar, as in to lead cattle and sheep?
Sorry, what?
Right there at the beginning of that paragraph that you're highlighting. Dar, lead, guide, cattle, sheep.
That's in Syriac, it seems like.
Right, but wouldn't that it's the same word, right? For pasture and wilderness, like a pasture where you would lead cattle and sheep.
Well, but not just cattle and sheep. Government or to take a wife. It's like so it's this idea of like a shepherd.
Or it sounds kind of like a king's garden, even. Like
yeah.
It's like this. Where else would you find something like this? the gardens have to be curated back then, right?
Yeah. Oh wow. So I just realized something. And and should I not care about Nineveh, that great city in which there are more than 120,000 persons who do not yet know their right hand from their left, and many beasts as well. So I wonder if, like, with this, how it says, where like it's comparing Nineveh to the Kikayon. Maybe there's this idea that there was this great wisdom in Nineveh.
Yeah, you're on the right path, I think.
I'm trying to think of 120,000.
Yeah, see, you're right. See that you said it earlier too. You said like walking across the city takes a 1/3 of a day or something. It's talking about these measurements again.
Oh yeah.
You know what? 120,000. If you think about a meteor, which is 10,000, but it's just like one word, 120,000 would also be 12 meteor, right? 12 10,000s. I mean, like meteor itself is just like a word that means 10,000. It's not like the word thousand and stuff, you know? So it's like 12. It's trying to say 12 of a big number. 12 big number.
And then the 12 is obviously representative of either the 12 tribes or the 12 signs of the zodiac.
Yeah, 12 is all over the place.
Let's see, where was trying to think. There was something that I was thinking of, but now I'm.
So when he was talking about this plant, he's talking about the bugs that grow on that fight the plant to get the red dye, right?
Right. Oh, also, so something I did want to talk about real quick. So shibboleth, because that's also connected with like agriculture, and so sheaths of grain. It's also possibly maybe what it means by flowing stream is how like a head of grain kind of looks like flowing water. You know, like how it's all like together, but it's also like separate. I don't know. Maybe I'm all right. So here, I need to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You might have heard the term shibboleth test used as a kind of loyalty test.
All right, start
If
here.
you are of a previous generation, you might have heard the term shibboleth test used as a kind of. But this term has an interesting background in linguistics and history. Today, we are going to talk about the history of the shibboleth test. And if you like these videos, please help us out by subscribing, or if you want to help us out financially, please consider becoming a Patreon member or by purchasing my book, The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian Context. When we talk about shibboleth tests, we are talking about a kind of loyalty test based upon the way somebody acts or speaks. Now, I'm going to tell you a true story. This actually happened to me. There was a time when I had to do a business trip in Tucson, Arizona. I decided to take a day off and go to Tombstone to check out the OK Corral, being a bit of a fan of sort of the Wyatt Earp legend. On the way back, there happens to be a Homeland Security checkpoint. And what they do is you're supposed to drive up to the booth, roll down the window, and then they start getting you talking. Well, when I drove up, I rolled down the window, and the Homeland Security agent asked, "Where have you been?" And I said, "Wow, man, I went to Tombstone, man. It was like totally awesome, dude." The guard just tried to suppress a smirk, but he just quite couldn't. And you just see the corners of his mouth just go, and he just waved me through. What he was doing was he was checking to see if I had a Mexican accent. What I gave him was a California surfer accent. He was trying to check if I was supposed to be inside the country based upon how I spoke. That is a kind of shibboleth test. And we see perhaps the earliest form of shibboleth test in the Bible. We see it in Judges 12, verses 4 to 6. And I read, Then Japheth gathered all the men of Gilead and fought Ephraim. And the men of Gilead defeated Ephraim because they said, quote, You are fugitives of Ephraim.
So that so he mispronounced it, but in English it would be Jephthah, but in Hebrew Yiftach.
O Gileadites, in the midst of Ephraim and in the midst of Manasseh, end quote. And the Gileadites captured the fords of the Jordan opposite Ephraim. And it happened when any of the fugitives of Ephraim said, quote, Let me cross over, end quote, the men of Gilead would say to him, quote, Are you an Ephraimite? Quote, If he said no, they would say to him, Say now, Shibboleth. But he said Sibboleth, for he could not pronounce it correctly. Then they seized him and slew him at the fords of the Jordan. Thus fell at that time 42,000 of Ephraim. So what we have happening here is that when Japheth went to attack the Ammonites, he excluded the Ephraimites from the combat. The Ephraimites, feeling slighted at this, attacked Gilead. And Japheth turned around and defeated the Ephraimites. But some of the Ephraimites were on the wrong side of the river. And knowing that this vendetta was going on, they tried to flee. And many were caught by the Gileadites. And to see if they were from Ephraim, they would apply this test based upon how someone spoke. And this is the origin of the so-called shibboleth test. The way the test works is that the Gileadites would make a person say shibboleth. That word begins with the letter Shin in Hebrew. This is a Hebrew character that has a sh sound like ship or shake or shadow. In linguistics, this is called a voiceless postvelar fricative. And if the person was able to pronounce the sh sound, they could go free. However, the pronunciation of the sheen was not static. And for the people of Ephraim, they pronounced the sheen like a sibilant S. This makes shake sound like sake. They were not able to pronounce that sh sound. It came out as a s instead of a sh. This is a shift in pronunciation that often happened between the sheen and the sibilant S. In fact, depending upon the language and the culture, those languages that had both a sheen and a regular sibilant S, sometimes the two pronunciations switched positions and even sometimes alternated back. So here we have an identity based upon the way a person speaks. And this is the origin of the shibboleth test as an oversimplified test to discover who is in the in group and who is outside of the in group. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that and thought that was interesting. And
So yeah, any thoughts on that?
Not really. That was pretty interesting, though.
So yeah, like I actually noticed this because I learned the word in Hebrew, and then I noticed that the part of the login process for ASU's like program or whatever, it has it where it redirects you through a program called Shibboleth. It's like to make sure that it's authenticated. And I just think that's really interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's like an authenticator, like a virtual authenticator.
Definitely. And so let's see. So the Tolat worm, there I'm going to see if it's called the Tolat worm. Foxus. Here. Let's see. Here.
My Stanford secret is take the acting class. You will develop your communication skills, engage with the audience in a completely different way, and you will
Hey everybody, this is Jason. Welcome to Liberty Live. Today we're going to be talking about the scarlet worm, or the tola worm, otherwise known in Hebrew as tola at shani. Shani is red, tola at, the worm, the red worm. Why are we talking about a red worm on Liberty Live? Very simple. Behind me you see a beautiful scarlet red, holy red, temple red. Some people know it as argamon, or
Wait, no, Argamon was
and there's many verses about this.
Argamon was the purple, Shanim was the red, and Techelet is the blue.
Scarlet, they'll be
How do you make the purple?
It's interesting that the very
the Techelet and the Argamon are both produced from the Murex snail.
No way. It's the same snail, the Phoenician, the Tyrian purple.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that
The article that I sent you earlier, that's how I found it.
Oh, cool.
From
And so,
Amon's stream from this evening.
one of the most interesting things is that the Murex snail and the Tolat worm, they're both unkosher. But you can't properly, like the temple can't be proper until it has those things. So it also goes off of this idea that that holy things can even come from a seemingly unholy place. And so like King David, his grandmother was actually a Moabite, the daughter of the king of Moab. And the story of the Moabites is that they were basically born from incest of Lot and his daughters. And so you're not supposed, the Israelites weren't supposed to intermarry with the Moabites, but literally the Messiah is supposed to come from the line of David, who is the descendant of a Moabite, like his grandmother. And not only that, but David was probably bi, or I mean, they didn't have the same understanding about sexuality as we do, but the point is he loved both men and women. And so like the fact that this is something that both the fact that she's a Moabite and the fact that he, was not heteronormative kind of shows that, people who are like fundamentalists and they're like, this is what, blank is. It's like all too often they don't even, take into account the full context.
creature that's used to make this gorgeous red color, which appears in the temple veil, in the temple garments, in the priest garments as the priest belt, even the garments of Moses, even in the rendition of the Ten Commandments movies, he's wearing a red, black, and white garment. We have the red cross, which is red and white. And this very famous red, which you see again behind me, is from the Tola at Shani. It's from the red scarlet worm, or the Tola worm in Israel. Now, this species, which is a Cocostus species, actually appears on oak trees. And what it does is, and this it's a representation of Messiah. I'll tell you why. This Matter of fact, I have some right here. I'm going to show you. Now this, believe it or not, this is used widely in the food industry. In many things, you would be surprised when you look at the red dye, where the dye is actually coming from. These are the worms here. And this is an actual piece of wood, and it's stained by the Tola Shani. So what this worm does, which looks more like a grub, is it will attach itself to the tree, and then it fastens itself to the tree. Once it connects to the tree, that's it. It never comes out. It gives birth to its young. For 3 days, the young feed upon the mother, and it gets stained with the red crimson from the mother, and they break forth and they go out. And then the mother turns white, almost like a waxy white, and that's it, because she's given up the ghost. So though she has red, though your sins are like scarlet, they'll be white as wool. Now it's interesting, when Jesus attached himself to the tree for your and my behalf, we are now covered in the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. This is the message of Pesach or Passover. The blood of the Lord is literally
It's not the message of Passover.
of our house, on the doorpost, the mezuzah, the front part, the furthermost part of our life.
Like straight up, they weren't sacrificing. They weren't just sacrificing the lambs to God. They were also sacrificing ritually or like slaughtering ritually the lamb god of Egypt, who I forget if it was Amun or if it was a different one, but basically it was a type of iconoclasm as well as a sacrifice to God.
I have a serious question here.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see some really weird imagery right now, and I can't get it out of my head. What happens if you drink the dye? He just made a reference to the dye being Jesus on the cross. Okay?
Oh.
Now, I have a fucking Google folder on my computer that I've had saved for months because I keep coming across this imagery of I'll send you, it's Murillo and the embrace of Saint Francis and the crucified. Okay? And it's he just drew the parallel. That's what made me start thinking about it, is the red and the white. He said it was like the symbol for, like the hospital symbol. Okay, if you look up these images of Murillo and the embrace of Saint Francis and the crucified, or Saint Catherine, and it's a picture of them drinking the blood out of the wound of Jesus.
Oh, wow.
What does this mean what are they doing? Who would be, it's literally a picture of them lapping the blood out of the open wound of Christ.
You know what, that almost reminds me of, what was it? Like, so maybe the reason, like, okay, think about it. If Jesus, okay, like going from the Christian understanding that Jesus, knew what was going to happen, why would he cry, God, God, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah, why?
I think because given you can quote specific parts, but like in order that people understand and that it's like more occulted, but maybe because remember that the beginning of that verse is, God, God, why have you forsaken me? But then directly after that, it talks about I am but a worm, and like it uses, and he'll talk about it that it uses the, and given I don't think that foreshadows Jesus. I think rather that Jesus or the writers of the gospel took that and applied it. I mean, it's a chicken or the egg thing.
Yeah, but I mean, look, these were paintings that were commissioned by the Catholic Church. These are serious paintings. This is not like a small symbol that we're talking about here. This is like the blood of Christ, the holy blood.
something that I'm wondering about with the. Now the thing is, it's been a while since I took the class, so I can't remember which is which. But I do remember from when I took my world religions class. The professor, when we were talking about Christianity, Jack, he's like noticing that I'm looking this way this whole time. Like early Christianity in each of the Gospels was basically written by different versions of Christianity from the time. And at the time, they disagreed about certain theological things, such as whether Jesus and God were the same person or whether they were like separate, like Jesus is just his son, but not like also God, or even like one of them, Jesus wasn't even like the son of God or any of that. He was just like a prophet, if I'm remembering right. But with Jesus saying like, God, why have you forsaken me? It's making me wonder, okay, which of the four gospels is this in? And which of those early church communities and what were their beliefs on this topic? Because it could have been for them that Jesus was not, the same as God. Like it would make more sense in that context.
All right, let's see. So it is in Matthew and Mark.
All right, to Matthew and Mark. I'm gonna have to, because I had it was like recordings, the sort of lectures that I would. Oops, meant to click on something else, and I'll have to listen to it again on when he talks about Christianity and like the four gospels, because I just need a refresher on it. I don't remember the details well enough.
So I'm looking at this picture. So I mean, he's not literally like lapping it up, but he's like about to.
Yeah, I got several pictures. I just can't find the ones that I have saved.
But then the other thing, so you can see, yeah, like his loincloth, it's like, clear white.
Yeah, look at the other one I sent you. They're clearly licking the blood out of the wound.
Oh.
I mean, what could this image possibly mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, dude. I keep sending them.
And yeah, like the white, though, it's interesting with the gold.
I mean, there's obviously something going on with St. Catherine here.
Wow, this is really interesting.
And what I've been, it was because P.D. Newman was got me in my head thinking about this a couple, maybe like last year sometime, was that there's a lot of this imagery that I haven't been able to find more than actually one picture. It's in like an obscure alchemical codex, as far as I can tell, but it's Jesus, and he's coming out of the cross. Like the cross is two tree trunks. First of all, it's a tree trunk, and then the cross is another tree trunk, and then the cross is a tree, and he's coming out of it, and he's crucified to the tree. So Jesus is a tree.
Interesting.
And I keep trying. This image in my head keeps running over and over. What did they mean by Jesus being a tree, and the nails in the tree with the blood coming out of it, and then they're drinking it?
Are you sure that he's the tree? Because the motif might be that he's the serpent around the tree.
Yeah, see, I can't. Like I said, he is the tree. I wish I'll send it to you in the Discord. How about that? I might be able to send it to you there. I'm not sure.
But
it's like a Mexican, like it's an Aztec codex or something. I don't even know where it's from. It's the only image I can find that's Jesus is the tree.
So something that's interesting about this though is it look like it's obviously it's referencing the the other motif that of like lapping up the blood, but here it almost looks like Jesus is breastfeeding her.
Yeah, that's pretty strange. I've never seen that one before.
It's actually a motif.
Yeah, no, you can see here something's going on.
Like
This.
Did you hear about that whole like debate that some people were? I mean, it seems like it was started not in good faith. It was trying to like just be another culture war thing. But like people were trying to say that Jesus is trans, but like it was. That's not actually the argument that people were trying to make. It was more so that Jesus represents the feminine, specifically through like vaginal like depictions of the wound, which are used to basically describe like it's interesting, but some people take it way too seriously, like as if it's literal. But the ironic thing is that if Jesus did if he did identify as a man, and he was truly born of a virgin, then that would actually require that he was born a genetic female, which is the funny. I mean, given there isn't was it parthenogenesis isn't something that's ever been observed in humans and probably never will be. Well, unless you believe that Jesus was born through a virgin, but that's not even in like if you believe that it's prophecy, the prophecy isn't about a virgin; it's about a young woman. But shoot, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Jesus' vagina wound. It's a strange thing, but like
Yeah, I asked Dr. Amon about that actually in one of his previous streams, and he said no.
He said no about what?
That wasn't supposed to be a vagina or anything.
Well, no,
Because
not
I think I asked him that exact question. Were they trying to infer that was like a type of second vagina for him?
So no, it's an artistic motif. They're using it to depict that like in the same way that the female reproductive tract bleeds once a month. So there's the motif with the blood and Jesus being pierced with the blood, but then you also have this motif that when he was pierced, blood didn't only come out but water as well.
Too, yeah.
So it's purely symbolic. It's not literal, but the thing is it does kind of go into this idea of how can Jesus atone for the sin of all mankind if he's only a man? Like, and there was the sin of Adam and the sin of Eve.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I do not know how that came up in the search results. But let's see, where was that here?
Here is red wool, again stained by the same creature, which in the technical tongue, let me tell you the name of this. The name for this technical crimson worm is Corsis coquifera, and it actually lives on the branches of oak trees, where in Israel some of the oak trees that were not there earlier in the biblical narrative we find on a different species of oak, which I just named. There are two species of the insect, Kermes. You'll find Kermes dye, Kermes biblius, which is carmine. So if you look in, even in the food industry, if you find a red dye like ruby red grapefruit juice, even Starbucks used to use it in their strawberry frappuccinos. It's in so many things. If you find carmine dye, it's actually coming from the tola worm, believe it or not. Now, this worm in Israel, we have writings from the book of Josephus and Wars, where he specifically describes that this represented fire. The color from this worm dyed something like the big temple veil that was used in the Mishkan, the tabernacle, because it was made out of blue, scarlet, and purple dyes. Well, we know the blue and the purple,
What was that?
bromo, indigo, and the indigo, purple, and blue are from the Murex trunculus, which is a.
Why is it woven by the cherubim?
It's a mollusk.
Sorry, what?
In that passage that just popped up right there, it said that those three colors of thread shall be made with cherubim skillfully worked into it.
Maybe I think at least the way he's interpreting it is that you have a pattern of the cherubim.
Okay, like right there, like behind him.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
It's also interesting because you can see like so the space
It's
in between.
Shekinah.
What?
It's the Shekinah, isn't it?
Yeah. And so there's this idea that, space in between is like the divine manifestation on earth. But within that, you also see, what is this the shape of?
Oh, I thought that's what you were already implying. It's like a yoni.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking about like a flame. But yeah,
Yeah, it looks like a vagina.
interesting.
I mean, look at the lips would be the wings, and the negative space is like the uterus, the open womb. And it's supposed to be representing a woman, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't it be upside down though?
Well, I mean, it's just like a negative space representation. Like,
Interesting.
it would be vulgar if it had like the inside details.
Oh, true. And then like for instance, like the Bible uses the word tail to refer to phallus. It uses the word feet to refer to phallus. It uses the word. I'm trying to think what else.
So you're right. It's like they code the language, or what would be vulgar or obscene, or it could be viewed as impure,
Hey, St. Paul. I'm assuming it's a different St. Paul.
Got a necromancer in the room.
But yeah, so.
Well, we know the blue and the purple, the dibromo, indigo, and the indigo, purple and blue, are from the Murex trunculus, which is Murex. It's a mollusk snail, if you will, off the shores of Israel.
Wow.
It was very famous in Tyre and Sidon. Matter of fact, Lydia, the first convert of Paul, was a seller of purple, and it became royal purple because only royalty could afford it. And then later on, the Roman royalty outlawed and disbanded anyone else from wearing it, so that
Wow.
kind of like you can't put police markings and sirens on a car that's not an active duty police car, because we can't confuse what is official from what is not.
So the Romans
So
adopted
the same
that red
way,
color,
when
didn't
the
they?
Roman magistrates went out with all of their ranks, they had certain colors
Yeah.
that were only for
Wow.
high-ranking officials. And again, the worth of this dye has proven it's like the worth of its weight in gold. It doesn't fade after thousands of years, and we keep finding these archaeological. Here's a picture here.
That's just amazing.
Here and here, actually, of specimens of dyed woolen garments, and we have a red one. Look at this red fiber.
Is this
dye,
where the
thousands of
scarlet,
years old, from the land of Israel?
the woman clothed in scarlet comes from?
Probably. So there's this one part where it talks about the it's in Proverbs. Do I have it pulled up? Oh, okay, yeah, here. Sure is top. Let's see, commentary, table of contents, 31. All right. So another interesting thing about it. So here you can see what is it? Esha Chayil Betach Ba Gemaltu Tov Darshat Samer Haita Kaniot Vitakam Beod. Basically, it's an acrostic. Aleph Bet Gimel Daled Hey Vav Zayin Chet Tet Yod Kaf Lamed so on and so forth. But so here it says, oh wait, so Lo Tira Lebeta, she does not fear for her house, Mishaleg, from cold or from snow. Ki Kol Beta, because her whole house or her whole household, Lavush Shanim, is dressed or clothed in crimson.
Then who was she again?
So she is Eshet Chayil Miyimsa. What a rare wife is, or technically Eshet Chayil, a woman of valor, Miyimsa, who can find her. Verachok Mipnim Nim Mircha. Her worth is far greater than that of pearls. And then it talks about, so this is like the ideal woman, but there's also so much like goddess imagery. So like, here, let's see. So she okay, let's see. So let's see. Oh yeah. She looks for wool and flax and sets her hand to them with a will. Like she weaves. She is like a merchant fleet, bringing food from afar. So she's like a merchant fleet. She basically walks on the water, which is possibly also where you get this motif of Jesus walking on the water.
Yeah.
And thinking about it, he also provides food from he provides food after he walks on the water. She rises while it is still night. So there you have this idea of like the waking up before daybreak. Let's see. She girds herself with strength and performs her tasks with vigor. She sees that her business thrives. Her lamp never goes out at night. She sets her hand to the distaff or to the loom. Her fingers work the spindle. Let's see. So she's not worried for her household because of snow. For her whole house is dressed in crimson. Marvadim asta la. She makes for herself like coverings. Shesh ve'argaman lavusha. She's dressed in linen. Well, so technically Shesh is probably from Sheshet, which is connected to Sheshat, the Egyptian goddess of wisdom and cannabis. So it's probably, so here it says fine linen.
What?
It's probably referring to hemp because hemp was very prized.
Wow. So that's what she makes her clothes out of.
Well, so it's saying for her household is in crimson, but she makes covers for herself. Her clothing is linen or is hemp and purple. Then it says her husband is prominent at the gates as he sits among the elders of the land because of everything that she does for him. It's not like the only reason he's known is because of her. So then here's where it gets interesting. Sadin, and this is what I was talking about before, how Sadin or Satin, that apparently there's some etymology where they try to say that it's from Eden. That seems a bit iffy, but so she makes satins, v'timchor, and she sells them. V'chagur natna, and she provides or she gives a girdle lekanani to the Canaanite, but it translates it here as merchant.
What does it mean, a girdle?
A girdle or a belt or a waistcloth.
Seems
but
like
then
a strange reference.
Well, it's also talks about girding her her loins with strength earlier.
I'm saying it sounds like a code word for something else.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So then she's clothed with splendor. Ozva hadar lavusha, strength and honor are her clothing. V'tischak leyom acharon, and she laughs at or to the last day.
Sounds like a reference to Athena. Isn't Athena girded with strength or something like that?
Oh, yeah, you're right. And then here's where it gets definitely down that road. So pia patcha bechokma, her mouth opens in wisdom. V'torat chesed al lishona, and the teaching or the Torah of kindness or righteousness is upon her tongue. Then here you have that she oversees the activities of her household. Oh, wait, here's where it gets really interesting. Kamu banea, her children rise up. The Ashrua, and they call her Ashrua, or they declare her Asher. They declare her happy or blessed. But Ashrua, take out the vav, and you get Yashra. Yeah, or
Right.
take out the yud and the vav, and you get Ve'ashra. Kamuban, but so like it wouldn't work that they call her that because part of the calling her or like declaring her is in the Ashrua, but it's very clearly referencing that she's connected to this root Asher. And then it says Bala ve'yi halala, and her husband praises her. Then you have Rabot banot asuchayo, many women have done like valorously. Ve'at alit al kulana, but you have done like you have far surpassed them. Sheker hachen, grace is deceptive. Ve'hevel hayofi, and beauty is fleeting. Like it is actually the same word as able. Hevel, it means like breath or fleeting. Like you breathe in and you breathe out, but you can't hold in your breath. Veisha yira Adonai hi hithalela, but a woman who fears the Lord, she is to be praised. Here's where it gets interesting, though. Tenula mipri yadea, give to her from the fruit of her hands. Ve'yehaleluha, and she will be praised. Bisharim ma'aseyah, she will be praised in the gates for her works.
What does that mean?
Well,
Explore for the fruit of her hand.
I tend to think it's probably referring to, well, so give to her from the fruit of her hand. So give to her her own work. To me, that sounds like offering up the first fruits to the, basically, like you could view it as when you slaughter an animal, you're supposed to let the blood drain out into the earth so that like it can. There's this idea that the blood needs to go into the earth, that it not to just collect it, and then you also have this idea of like with offerings that you're supposed to give of the first fruits of a tree. I think it's the first 3 years. You're supposed to basically offer them up to the land, and you do that by not harvesting them. So like maybe it's this idea that it's connecting her with the earth.
Yeah, and it sounds like she's a plant.
Yeah,
Sounds like they're favoring her over other herbs. Sounds like she's the queen of the herbs. It's like she's like, what do you mean by she surpasses them? Surpasses them in what way? Obviously not in her beauty, because it's not talking about a sexy woman.
I think it's probably being used poetically, but there's definitely is a possible additional meaning to that.
Well, I mean, it keeps it's not like saying it's like she doesn't have a name. That's why it's just her. It's just she and her. And she's like this, and it's constantly referring to her like she's involved in the process of making all these dyes.
So
she's a weaver and a dye maker, right? That's what she does.
Yeah. And so also because we're talking about this idea that like, my son, and this idea of the father and the mother. So, this is interesting. So B'nai Torati. Okay, this is interesting because this could either be my son or like the son of my commandment. But it means probably like my son, El Tishchak Torati, do not forget my teaching, mitzvotai, basically do not let your but let your mind retain my commandments, for they will bestow on you a length of days. Let's see, where is this? Orech Yamim, a length of days. Vishanot Chaim, like years of life and well-being. Let fidelity and steadfastness not leave you. Bind them about your throat. Write them on the tablet of your mind. So that's a reference to tefillin, the like on the head. And you will find favor and approbation in the eyes of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not rely on your own understanding. So do not rely on your bina. Rely on God's bina, and God's bina is
her.
Yeah. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make your paths smooth. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and shun evil. It will be a cure for your body, a tonic for your bones. Honor the Lord with your wealth, with the best of all your income, and your bars will be filled with grain. Your vats will burst with new wine. So there's this idea that if you are, give to God, and you will get like it's kind of this like cyclical, or like what's the word? Reciprocity.
Mm-hmm.
Do not reject the discipline. Let's see. El Timas. Oh no. Musar. Do not reject the discipline of the Lord, my son. Do not abhor His rebuke. For whom the Lord loves, He rebukes. As a father, the son whom He loves. So here's where it gets really interesting. Ashrei Adam. So here you have Asher again, or Asherah. Ashrei Adam. Blessed is the man, or happy is the man. Matzah chokhmah, who finds wisdom. Ve'adam yafik tevuna, and the man who achieves or obtains understanding. Ki tov sachra, because she is better. Misacher kesef, that she is better in trade than silver. The umecharutz tevuata, and her bounty, her bounty is greater than mecharutz.
So literally the words out of that guy from the videos, right out of his mouth.
Yeah.
He said that red dye is worth more than gold.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. And then you also have, like, for instance, here it says Yakrahi mipninim. She is more valuable than pearls, just like in that other thing we were reading. But in that case, it's talking about Eshet Chayil. So here we can see that there's connections being drawn between Eshet Chayil and wisdom in this context. And all your chafetz, all your delights, lo yasuv ba, do not, like, cannot equal in her. Orech yamim beyaminna, in her right hand is the length of days. Bismola oser v'kavod, in her left hand riches and honor. Darchei Noam. Wait. Wait, did I? Oh no, I didn't read that part yet. Okay, so yeah, her paths are paths of or her ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths are peaceful. Okay, so here's where it gets interesting. Notice this. So, some proverbs, they'll trace it. It is a tree of life. They'll say wisdom is a tree of life. But here it's very clearly saying she, Eitz Chaim Hi, she is a tree of life. Lemachazikim ba, to those who grasp in her or onto her. V'tom chea, and those who hold on to her. Meushar, are happy or are blessed.
I'm having trouble, kind of wrestling in my own head with this now. It's like, because in alchemy, there is a lot of significance placed in the oak tree. There's so many references, veiled references to get, to the oak. The oak's in so many stories and legends. It's in so many books. It's not clear what it is. There's lots of arguments about it.
So, interesting. Do you know what the word for oak is in Hebrew? Alon. It's derived from the same root as El.
Wow.
And it's the same with the word for terebinth. It's Elah.
Wow.
Speaking of oak in other languages, tan is like the Celtic word for oak, which is where we get the word tanning. Like if we think about before with like the dyed leathers and stuff like that in those cities.
What?
And also the word tannins.
Oh.
Whoa.
Bitter sort of. So tannins are what allow you to tan
To
leather.
leach the, yeah, wow.
And tannins.
The Celtic people were, they worship the trees.
Yeah.
Well, so you know what that rings a bell with? So, oh Tannenbaum, oh Tannenbaum.
Oh yeah.
It's also wild because one of my rabbis back from high school, his last name's Tannenbaum. And so his last name's Christmas tree. But I mean, it's contextual because the Christmas tree is an oak tree oftentimes.
Yeah.
Man, there's just a lot of stuff crossing through here with God, dude. Emma's got me reading all this crazy stuff these past couple days, man. And I was looking up. Oh man, I got so many windows open on my computer.
Oh, I know. I have like over 50.
It was looking up satanic witchcraft, where one of the first tales of the witches' Sabbath, they were, there's a lot of this Celtic tree symbolism stuff going on, and it always relates to like this ceremony that's done in the woods under an oak tree. That's where the ceremonies a lot of times they supposedly took place. It's like a dark place out in the woods. It's supposed to be like the edge of the boundaries of society.
Here, look at this. Deuteronomy, you shall utterly destroy all the places in which the nations whom you are to dispossess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every leafy tree.
See? Yeah, that's it, dude.
Yeah. Jeremiah, for of old time I have broken thy yoke and burst thy hands, and thou saidst, I will not transgress upon every high hill and under every leafy tree. thou didst recline, playing the harlot. Oh wait,
Sounds
this
like
are you thinking
What?
what I'm thinking?
what? Go for it.
Okay, so that word recline. You know where else that's used?
No.
Oh wait. So let me see. So kol etz, under every leafy tree. Ra'anan at tsoa zona. Let's see. Tsoa is to stoop, bend, or incline. Interesting. Stoop or to bend. I think I'm onto something. Bending forward or backwards. Men inclining, tipping a vessel to empty it. I will send tippers and they shall tip him over. Amon's talked about this at some points. Let me see. I'm going to pull up a new tab for this. Okay, so let's see. Alabastron. Now do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
So let's see. Alabastron, Jesus. Let's see. Wait, where is it used? Okay. Okay, here. So now I just need to pull up the interlinear version. Oh wait, so this is Luke 7:37. Luke. Oh, interesting. Yep, it's in my church history, so it must be this one. Interlinear.
Just the next passage here is this pretty damn easy to reference there.
Okay, so here, look at this. And behold, a woman who was in the city, a woman who is a sinner in the city, and having known that he reclined in the house of the Pharisees, having taken, I'm guessing,
Wow.
yeah.
This
So
is it. This is the Pharisee with the alabaster flask.
and when she learned that he was reclining at the table.
What does that mean?
So, see, that's what I'm thinking. The reclining is seen as good in the context of like you're supposed to recline, but only like on Passover. But let's see, where was it that I had it open? It was
She having known that he had reclined at the table. It sounds like it's making a reference to something going on.
yeah, and so like what one of the things that Almond said is and I wish he would bring up his sources more. I mean,
And
like
under every leafy tree. Dude, that's what I think this reference is exactly what he was talking about, dude.
so like I think this is probably a reference to them taking drugs, rectally.
Yeah, I'll send you the book that I was reading this in because I'm pretty sure he's the one that was referencing it in the stream. He just mentions stuff so offhand, and he doesn't say this is what you're supposed to go look into. I just happened to listen to the stream again yesterday morning.
Which one is that?
I'll have to send it to you. I closed I have one of the books saved. I'll have to go back and retrace my steps.
So I'm looking up that word for recline. So it's let's see. Shoot. Which tab is it? Oh, it's soa.
I will not transgress under every leafy tree.
Let's see. So
Okay.
okay, I found it. So shus tab. Sa'an, to stoop, bend, or incline. Sagia, one stooping under a burden, bending forward or backwards from abundant strength, but read probably tsoed. Marching in sensu. Oh, look at this! In sensu obsceno. That means like that means like obscene, right?
Like bend him over backwards, dude. It says to tip him over with the vessel. So I can fucking use an alabaster on him.
Whoa, this is wild.
What does that mean in sensu obscoeno?
I'm going to look that up. I think it means in an obscene sense. At least I'm guessing. Let's see. Okay, so this is
In someone's absence, an obscene language.
let's see. So obsceno, yeah, obscene, indecent, vulgar, and then
Wow.
wow. I'm so glad that we're able to pick up on that.
Where did you? What? You're the one that pointed this out during one of his past streams, right?
I maybe. What did I point out?
This passage, because you just said you found this because he had brought it up, right?
Yeah, because he talked when Amon was on Neil's channel talking about like the role of Mary and how she used her hair to wipe up Jesus's haima, whatever the haima was, and then you have that she's anointing
Okay,
him.
yeah. He said he was talking about how the three kings sort of funded the production of this new Messiah, and that they had funded him with these precious oils, and that's why he had, who was it, Simon? Simon got mad because he was like, "Oh, these oils cost a lot, and you're allowing her to waste it." And he was like, "Oh, you guys forget that she's the best one out of all of you."
So, but yeah, one of the things I think Alman was saying is that alabastrons were used for internal administration. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I mean, that I mean, how much more obscene could you get?
Yeah. So okay. So let's see. This was in Jeremiah. So thou didst recline, playing the harlots, like literally.
Wow.
So okay, this is interesting. So ra'ananat. Wait. Ra'anan means to grow or like.
Luxuriant.
All right. So okay. So it's saying bechol etz ra'anan, under every luxuriant or fresh or green tree.
Leafy couch.
Under every green tree, so it says play.
Wow.
So it's interesting how it says thou didst recline playing the harlot, but literally it's you did recline in whoredom or in fornication.
Yeah, go back to that.
To what?
That tab you just had opened.
Oh,
yeah, the resource or wherever it was on that resource side.
Here, you mean like commentary?
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Wherever you were just a second ago, that's had the explanation.
Oh, so that was here. So yeah, so Jeremiah 2:20 in sensu obsceno to translation. Let's see. So men inclining, tipping a vessel to empty. Okay, so no, that's in context of Jeremiah 48:12. So here, so this is what we're dealing with. This is just so wild, and that
Well, it said something about reclining under a tree in a place where they would do sacred rites.
Well, and so that's one of the things. So here I should be in other references here. So oh wow, okay, so there's more to it. So thy known wickedness shall correct thee, and thy backslidings shall reprove thee. Know therefore and see that this is an evil and bitter thing, and thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God. Neither is my fear in thee, saith the Lord God of hosts. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me? So let's see. So you were planted by me, or I planted you, Shorek, a choice vine, holy, a holy true seed. And how nehefechet? How then did you turn? Did you turn Sureh? turn. Wait, how did you turn? Maybe how did you certainly turn into a vine of Nechraya, not Nachri, a foreign or alien vine. For though wash thee with For though thou wash thee with nitre, here, where is this? Beneter. And so look at this. So neter, it has the same root as natrium, or it's probably connected to salt or some sort of I forget the exact connection, but yeah, natron. Though wash yourselves with natron.
What would you wash with salt?
Your body. It's this idea of like soap and then here, and take thee much soap. But if you look at the word for soap, wait, beneter, wait, brit nechtav, is it? Wait, onech, noam adoni. Oh, here. Wait, beneter.
What is it saying is being washed here?
What?
What's being washed?
For though thou wash thee, so you wash yourself with nitre and take thee much soap. Breach. Oh, okay. So here it says lye, potash, soap, or alkali used in washing. So there you see this reference to that they're using alkali substances, and then they also have access to like vinegar and to honey and all the stuff that was used for extraction. But so how can you say I'm not defiled? I have gone after the Baalim. See thy way in the valley. Know what thou hast done. Thou art a swift young camel traversing her ways. A wild ass used to. Oh wait, Pera. Okay, interesting. So. Okay, yeah. So a wild ass used to the wilderness that snuffeth up the wind in her desire, her lust. Who can hinder it? All they that seek her will not weary themselves. In her month they shall find her. Withhold thy foot from being unshod, and thy throat from thirst. But thou saidst, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go. As a thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Israel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets. Who say to a stalk, so to a tree, thou art my father, and to a stone, thou hast brought me forth, so you are my mother. For they have turned their back unto me, and not their face, but in the time of their trouble they will say, arise and save us. So that's in Jeremiah, but it gets even wilder because you can see this repeated multiple points. Like this is one of the most common motifs in the Bible. So Jeremiah, the Lord said to me in the days of King Josiah, have you seen what the rebel Israel did, going to every high mountain and under every leafing tree and whoring there?
What's up with whoring under trees?
You know, the thing that it said a second ago about the, like, brought forth, like, the mother from, like, a stone, it's making me think of that story of, like, the 5 races of man, and it's, like, the final race after, like, the flood. They throw the stones, throw the bones of your mother behind you, and they're throwing stones, and those turn into people. The 5th race of man.
Where's this from?
Greek mythology.
Yeah, you're talking about the dactyloi, right? They were like, and after they turn, they figure out there's so many of them, and they fight to the death, and the surviving ones are the last race. They're like stone men, right?
Well, the Greek word for people that comes from stone is laos, like Nikolaos, like they created people. Laos, like I think stone is laon. Dactyloi. Dactyloi sounds like fingers to me because dactylo means finger.
Yeah, they were the stone fingers. Yeah.
Stone fingers. Okay.
Archaic mythical race of male beings associated with Kybele and Rhea.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is in my Google document about Kybele and Rhea worship. That's what made me think about it. So this is exactly what's going on. We're talking about worshiping under the pine trees.
Also in the Argonautica, I forget which Argonautica, but it talks about how the Argonauts, how they erected or maybe I forget if it was they who erected it or they visited. But it was like in one of the like what's the word, like shoot, like in Georgia or in like Phrygia. And so it talks about how they erected a like shoot, where was it? Let me see. It was, I believe, it was a grapevine. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I swore I had it here. Anyway, basically they would shape. Wait, is this? Oh, okay. Kybele grapevine. Argonautica.
Okay, so this is the Attis myth, because this is where we get Jason. Jason is Attis. The Greeks identified Jason with Attis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just reading in my Google document right now. Since one of Neil's podcasts, I started digging in this Kybele hole, ended up with 100 pages worth of stuff, dude.
Oh, wow. So I just thought of something else. So the Argonautica, what's their quest?
Aren't they trying to retrieve the Golden Fleece?
And what is the Golden Fleece protected by?
Yeah, dude. See.
And what is that thing that they're
dragon?
Yeah, and what's the dragon surrounding?
There we go. It's a giant oak tree, isn't it?
I'm not sure what type of tree, but it is a tree. So let's see. Dang. Okay, wait, what? Okay, this is interesting. Something about ambrosia. Let's see. No, this isn't what I was thinking of. But yeah, so there's this one part where, oh, here, I think I found it. No, I just have to find grapevine. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that's interesting. So Dionysus Bacchus, god of wine, celebrations, and ecstasy, patron god of the art of theater. Symbols include the second grapevine. So here you have grapevine, ivy. Those are all symbols used in the temple. The cup, I mean, that's pretty general. Tiger, not necessarily. Panthers, leopards, they're definitely associated with Ashura. Dolphin was possibly one of the animal skins used in the temple, and then also obviously goats. Then you have sure, yeah, I can't find what I was looking for, but regarding that one thing. But it's interesting because in Isaiah it talks about ye that inflame yourselves among the terebinths, under every leafy tree, then that slay the children in the valleys, under the clefts of the rocks. And so, okay, this is a perfect place to bring this up. So, commentary. Okay, let's see. Is it among the smooth stones? I'm trying to think. What is it I need to type in to find the right thing? It's right. Sohet. Perfect. So this is really interesting, and first of all, it shows that one, ancient Israelites were engaged in sex magic, and two, that they weren't actually sacrificing children. With regards to any hand that is diligent to examine bodily emissions to wait, hold on, I'm going to find the relevant part. Okay.
Where can I look this up?
This is Nida 13. Here, I'll post the link in. Let's see. But with regards to a man who examines himself for gonorrhea-like discharge, Zav, he too is praiseworthy for examining diligently, as women are. The reason is that a man who experiences 2 such discharges is ritually impure, but is not obligated to bring an offering, whereas one who experiences 3 such emissions must bring an offering as a Zav. Therefore, it is important for a man who experiences a gonorrhea-like discharge to examine and count his emissions carefully. The Braita adds, and even with regard to semen, if one wants to examine himself with a rock or with a piece of earthenware, which are hard and will not warm the body, he may examine himself in this manner. The Gemara asks, and may a man not examine himself with a linen cloth? But isn't it taught in a Braita, a man may examine himself with a cloth to see if he has emitted semen, or with any similar item that he wants? The Gemara answers, just as Abaye said, with regards to a different issue, that if it is referring to a coarse cloth, which will not warm one's body. So warm one's body basically means cause excitement. Here too, the Braita is referring to a coarse cloth. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to. Okay, here I got to it. So, if a priest was eating teruma, which it's like a ritual offering, and he sensed that his limbs quaked, indicating that his mission was imminent.
What is the teruma?
Teruma, it's from ram. It means to be lit, or to be high. It's basically like an offering that's sent up in fire. It's similar to an olah, like a holy burnt offering. Except
Do you know what it is? It's something you can eat, right?
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Teruma. Let's see. Heave offering, a type of sacrifice in Judaism. The word is generally used as offering to God. The word teruma, lifting up, comes from a verb stem, rum, higher, to lift up, like I was saying. The formation of teruma is, let's see, wave offering, to wave. Okay, there were two groups of terumot. Pidyon Haben, the redemption of the firstborn male child. Note that Pidyon Haben redemption monies are still given to Kohanim and the Kohen. You have the Bikurim, the first fruits, where you don't harvest the first fruits. Then you have the general offering, or the great offering. Teruma Gedolah was a portion of the finished grain, wine, and oil separated for the Jewish priest prior to the first tithe, Maaser Rishon, separated for a Levite. Let's see, the mitzvah of challah, so contemporary practices to burn rather than to give to the priest. Portion of gift offerings or slaughter offerings, which were allocated to the priests, and portion of the terumat hamaaser, the tithe of the tithes or Levite tithe. So, yeah, it basically seems like it could have been anything. But what's interesting is it's like, why would it just seems kind of odd that he would be, at risk of emitting when he's eating. It seems like there might be something else in that. Like it might. Well, I definitely get why you're thinking that there might be something else in it.
Well, this Aleister Crowley this is what he was doing. He was making cakes and mixing stuff in it.
Oh dear Lord.
This was, obviously this is where he's getting his translation from, right? This was his idea. He read this and he was like, "Oh, this is what I'm supposed to do," right? Because it's basically, where's the word here? It also says that it could be an oblation, which means a drink offering, right?
Oh, so yeah, because one of the things was wine, so yeah, it probably was spiked with something.
Yeah, it says oblation. Also generally translated as offering, but could mean oblation, and 4 times a heave offering. So it's mentioned quite a few times, 76 times in the Bible.
Interesting. And one of the fun things you can do is type in, find words in Hebrew that have the gematria of 76, and it's like it's not a real connection.
Ooh,
it's kind of
that's fun.
Yeah. So
he was doing stuff like that.
So if a priest was eating teruma and he sensed that his limbs quaked, indicating that a seminal emission was imminent, he should firmly hold his phallus to prevent the emission from leaving his body, and swallow the teruma while still ritually pure. A difficulty was raised with regard to this Mishnah. May he actually hold his member, or his phallus? But isn't it taught in a Baraita that Rabbi Eliezer says, with regard to anyone who holds his phallus and urinates, it is considered as though he is bringing a flood to the world, as masturbation was one of the sins that led to the flood. Sanhedrin 108b.
Where is this Sanhedrin reference? 108b. What is that?
So that's where it says that if you hold your penis while you urinate, it's considered as though you were bringing a flood to the world. So they're just citing it.
What is the Sanhedrin?
So the Sanhedrin was like the council of judges.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Abaye says in resolution, of this difficulty that the Mishnah is referring to one who holds his penis with a coarse cloth. Rava says, with regard to the Mishnah, you may even say that is referring to a priest who holds his penis with a soft cloth. And the reason it is permitted is that once the semen has already been uprooted from his body, it is uprooted. And his subsequent holding of the penis, even with a soft cloth, does not increase the emission of semen. And Abaye prohibits the use of a soft cloth even here, as he is concerned that perhaps due to the contact of this cloth, one might come to increase the emission of semen. But Rava is not concerned that perhaps one might. Okay, yeah, you got the point. Okay, so here too, the priest's actions will lead to increased emission. The Gemara answers, and Rava would claim that if the priest's limbs were not quaking and the semen was coming out in drops, there is indeed a concern that an examination might increase the emission. But when he feels his limbs quaking, this can. Okay, what? Here. Okay, here, finally I found it. Consequently, in this case, the priest may hold his penis even with a soft cloth. The Gemara discusses the matter itself. Rabbi Eliezer says, with regard to anyone who holds his penis and urinates, it is considered as though he is bringing a flood to the world. The rabbis said to Rabbi Eliezer, but if one does not hold his penis, small drops are sprayed on his legs and he appears as one whose penis has been severed. A man that has affliction is incapable of fathering children. People who see urine on his legs might suspect that he is suffering from that condition, and as a result, they will cast aspersions about his children and say that they are children born from a forbidden relationship, mamzerim. Rabbi Eliezer said to them, it is preferable that people cast aspersions about his children, that they are mamzerim, and he should not render himself wicked even one moment before the omnipresent. Okay, where the heck is...
Where is this going?
Okay, here, I found it. In response to this question, he said to them, it is here. Because as a result of holding his penis, he might emit semen for naught. As Rabbi Yochanan says, anyone who emits semen for naught is liable to receive the punishment of death at the hand of heaven. So this isn't like a death penalty. This is like, you're falling short before God. As it is stated with regard to Onan, the son of Judah, and it came to pass when he engaged in intercourse with his brother's wife, that he spilled it onto the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. And so that's a reference to levirate marriage, where if a brother dies and his wife is left widowed, that the brother, if the brother is unmarried, that they should. Actually, I think it's also if they are married, and if there is no other brother, that they're supposed to marry the wife, marry the wife and have relations with her, and basically that the children through that marriage will actually be considered the child or the children of the deceased brother / husband. So, and the thing that he did was evil in the eyes of the Lord, and he slew him also. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Ami say, one who emits semen for naught is considered as though he sheds blood. As it is stated, but draw near here, you sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the harlot. Are you not children of transgression, a seed of falsehood? You that inflame yourselves among the terebinths, the Elas, or the Elot, under every leafy tree, Eli or Alonim, that slay Shochate, the children in the valleys, under the clefts of the rocks. So that's from
this is what you were talking about before. They're talking about masturbation.
Yeah. So it says, do not read this word as Shochate, rather read it as Sochate. One who squeezes out semen is considered to have shed the blood of the children who could have been born from that seed. Rav Asi says it is considered as though he worships idols. Interesting.
Wow.
As it is written here, under every leafy tree, and it is written there with regards to the mitzvah of eradicating idols from Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel, you shall destroy all the places where the nations that you are to dispossess worship their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills, and under every leafy tree. With regard to the issue of holding one's penis for the purpose of urinating, the Gemara relates that Rav Yehuda and Rav Shmuel were standing on the roof of the synagogue that was destroyed and rebuilt in Nehardea, I think that's in Babylon. Rav Yehuda said to Shmuel, what can I do to... What can I do? I need to urinate. Shmuel said to him, Shinana, hold your penis so that the water does not fall onto the synagogue roof and urinate outward away from the synagogue. The Gemara asks, how could Rav Yehuda do so? But isn't it taught in a Braita that with regards to anyone who holds his penis and urinates is considered as though he's bringing a flood to the world? So, whoa, okay, this is interesting because it goes into sealed casks. With regards to a troop of marauders that entered a town, if they did so in time of peace, open casks of wine are forbidden. In case the marauders use the wine for libations and idol worship, whereas sealed casks are permitted. In a time of war, both these and those are permitted, because the marauders do not have leisure to pour libations. evidently. Okay, so it's moving on to a new thing, but there's just something really interesting about that it's saying, you who slay your children in the valleys, and it's saying, no, not slaying the children, who are squeezing out the children. So it's still something that fundamentalists today would be like, oh, that's evil, that's sex magic, but it's not literally sacrificing babies that have been born.
Yeah, so like passing your children in the fire to Moloch. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, like they were.
It could be a similar thing. Like they're not burning kids alive in a giant statue that's shaped like a bowl.
I mean, for all you know, and like, for all you know, they were just collectively emitting and then burning the seed. I mean, that's just as like there's more reason to suspect that than that they were.
I haven't cracked the code that Dr. Amlon's been talking about lately, but it also sounds like burning away the immortality, or the mortality rather. Like cooking a kid in a fire sounds like the same. It's the same motif.
Interesting.
What else? What else would they be? What? I don't understand what the big deal is, to be honest. Like, it's like masturbation is like they're making it in this context. It's like murder. You're murdering children, not just murder. You're murdering children.
Well, you have to keep in mind this is based on the theory of the homunculus.
What do you mean?
So there's this idea that all of actually, let me see if I can find what it's called. In the meantime, I'll just keep playing the other video because it's a really, really interesting theory that goes directly into this theory and why it's considered murder. But it might take me a bit to find.
Israel. Look at that. These fibers date back thousands of years. And again, they source from the Tola worm. Now, what's amazing about this worm is that, one, it's organic, just like a shofar comes from a sheep ram. It has to be alive, and it has to give up itself so that we can extract its worth or its beauty. Doesn't that speak of Jesus Christ, the Lord? He is alive, and he gave up his life so that we could extract his true beauty, and then he takes it back again in the life of his followers, and yet he lives still. So unlike a worm, our God liveth still, but he gave his body, a physical body. The other thing about a worm is it's all flesh, it's all temporary, it's all literally a biomechanical shell. Something more to the life of God is more than the biomechanical shell. It's the Spirit of God, the breath of God, the Word of God, the mercy of God, the power of God, the truth of God. But isn't it amazing that he took on a physical body as we have physical bodies so that he could identify with us, so we could taste, smell, touch, see, feel, and know that the life of God is, he connected the body was Christ, meaning his body was tore for us. And how is it tore? He connected himself to the cross, to the wood. And the wood is now stained. The cross beam is now stained with the blood of Messiah. And our doorposts for Passover were stained.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I cannot be the only one who's thinking what I know that some other people are thinking.
Now stained.
Like, there's something very yonic about that.
Yeah, you're right. That looks pretty odd.
With the blood of Messiah. And our doorposts for Passover were stained by the blood of the Lord Messiah, the blood of our Passover lamb, who was slain for our freedom, for our life. Remember, the Tola worm only gives up its blood, only gives up the color, only gives up the identification. What's the deal with the color red?
Imagine you go up to someone, hey, you want to try this candy?
Red, it symbolizes blood, for without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins. Right? This is why Messiah was crucified and yet lives on, because if he didn't actually give the blood, if the perfect blood of God that comes from we're creation, he's creator, but he took on the body of created, so that we who are created could become our heart. We are covered in the blood. We plead the blood. When people say, I plead the blood of Jesus Christ, it's not just a statement. What they're basically saying is, by that authority, by that mercy, by that forgiveness, by that atonement, by that grace, legally by that propitiation, by that trade of appeasing the law, appeasing the wrath, appeasing the sacrificial demands, the korbanot, to draw near to God on what right? On what right do you, who all of us have sinned, fallen short of the glory of God, on what right do you approach a sinless and holy God unless he made a way for us? Well, how would I know that? How do you know the children of the Tola Shani? How do you know the scarlet worm's children? Because they are stained in the blood of their parent. So God is our parent. We are children. Abba, Father, means to come from. We come from God because we are born of God, not in the will of man, but by the will of God. And we emerge, even as we did from the waters of the womb, we emerge through the waters of baptism, and we are then covered in the blood of the Lord, the anointing of the Lord. We are sealed. Why? By proclaiming his name, by proclaiming his word, by calling forth the very things that he has called forth in his commandments, his teachings.
Oh yeah, this is just getting totally theological.
When we merely love the Lord God.
It's like, see, at least at the very beginning he had some good stuff, but I think it was so original sin.
Hey, Ariel.
Oh,
I'm gonna go to bed because it's 1 a.m. and pretty tired.
all right, take care. It was really good seeing you. We definitely have to hang out sometime soon.
Yeah, it was great seeing you, man. This was really cool. I can't wait to hang out again.
Yeah, take care. Have a great night. And tell Ari I said hi.
All right, I will. I'll probably end up watching the rest of the stream, however much longer you guys go, because
probably won't be much longer.
Okay. I'll still end up seeing whatever you guys talk about next, because it's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. It's kind of like we go wherever the muse takes us.
It was fun, man.
Yeah, and also I'll send you a link to the Discord server if you want. It's like we have these types of discussions like offline, and just like with a forum on the Discord server.
Okay.
All right, cool. Well, I'll see you around. Have a great night.
All right, see you, man.
Good night, man. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. All right, bye, guys.
Bye. So, yeah, so original sin, corruption, let's see, seed. It's really funky. I mean, I guess, like, if you believe this is what, shoot, this is going to be hard to, let's see. Oh, this might be good here. Yeah, this should be good.
Going from an idea to a powerful marketing campaign can be quite a process.
The question that was raised is, what does Judaism say about the significance of what Christianity terms the original sin, namely the sin of Adam and Eve, eating from the fruit of the tree of knowledge in contravention of God's divine commands? Now, let me say at the outset that, number one, although the Christian idea is very, very different than the Jewish idea, it is totally based on a concept that is at least analogous in Judaism. And we, in fact, do believe that the original sin had a cosmic repercussions, was an extremely significant event. Adam and Eve were created as perfect beings who were totally connected to God. And the sin created an unbridgeable distance, a chasm, a separation. So far, we and the Christians are walking on the same path. But at this point, we now differ and we now switch directions. Christianity sees original sin as an irrevocable, unchangeable blight on the holiness of the human soul, creating an impossibility of connecting to God other than faith in Jesus, etc. Judaism teaches it in a very, very different way. We believe that the essence of man's divine soul remains untainted. It remains holy. It remains unified with God. It remains radiant. What the sin introduced was kind of a secondary soul that the Tanya and the books of Kabbalah refer to as the animal soul, in which our holy soul strives to be with God, but we introduced into ourselves negative drives of egotism, selfishness, hedonism, that are kind of pulling us away, imprisoning us, making it very, very difficult to achieve the communion that the holy, godly soul still desires to achieve. So as a result, instead of looking at man as hopelessly irredeemable, Judaism has a very, very hopeful vision because it basically says, listen, the holiness that you were born with, the holiness that was put into Adam is still there. There is a drive that can be pulling you away, but you have the freedom, you have the capacity to liberate yourself from that drive and achieve holiness and perfection and communion with God. So as a result, Judaism on one hand does remind us that we have many, many negative forces within us that we have to fight. Judaism is realistic. We don't assume that we are already in a state of perfection. On the other hand, Judaism teaches us that if God gave us the challenge, God also gave us the wherewithal to be able to surmount that challenge. So I think the fundamental difference is that Christianity views original sin as a taint on the spiritual essence of man. We regard original sin as creating a tension, an opposition, and a force that we have to overcome. But the power of the godly soul can still overcome it. And I think that is why Judaism overall is a much more optimistic vision, but at the same time a realistic one, saying there's a lot of work, but you can achieve it.
If you like that video,
So-
hit the subscribe button.
Oh, I don't know if, like how well that actually described what I was hoping for, but
Yeah.
but in essence, it's this idea that that like original sin in a Jewish context, it doesn't have this idea that it's like a taint, more so it's a separation. And so let's see, Saint Augustine, I think it was Augustine that put forth this theory, and it's honestly so interesting. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Awesome.
In 350,
Oh, that's my like Benjamin, like
Augustine was born to a
Benjamin.
Christian mother and a pagan father. At the age of 11 he was sent to school at Maduros, where he became more familiar with pagan beliefs and practices. At 17 he went to Carthage. Although Augustine's mother raised him as a Christian, he left the church to follow the Manichaean religion. Mani claimed to be an apostle of Jesus Christ. He denied the incarnation, rejected the virgin birth and considered it obscene, teaching instead that Christ was wholly divine. Mani denied that the death and resurrection of Christ played any role in salvation but was simply an example. It was likely here with Manichaeism that Augustine began associating flesh with the eternal evil and the spirit with the eternal good, as Mani taught a dualistic Gnostic cosmology. As a youth, Augustine was very promiscuous, living a hedonistic lifestyle. Around the age of 17, he began a love affair with a woman in Carthage that would go on to last 15 years and produce a son. In 385, he ended this relationship to prepare himself to marry a 10-year-old heiress. The legal age of marriage for women was 12.
Ew.
However, a year later Augustine converted to Christianity and took a vow of having decided to become a priest. At the age of 37, Augustine became a priest in the North African town of Hippo and in 395 was made bishop. Between 397 and 400, he began writing Confessions, a 13-volume autobiographical work in which he first began formulating the doctrine of original sin as a means of explaining the sins of his past, as well as his current struggles with celibacy. However, it was not until the early 5th century that he expounded on the doctrine. Not being able to read Greek or Hebrew, Augustine studied a 4th century Latin Bible known as the Vulgate. Due to the translation leaving ambiguity as to a passage's meaning, Augustine fell victim to his bias and assumed his understanding was correct. It was not. He understood Paul to have said Adam in whom all men sinned, rather than because all men sin. This misunderstanding of the passage seemingly affirmed what he had believed. So with this confirmation he began even more to stress how much the original he had meant. He understood Paul to have said Adam in whom all men sinned,
Okay, so this is huge because so see this. So it's saying Adam, in whom all men sinned. So in Adam all men sinned versus because of Adam all men sin. So this context gets really whacked out.
Rather than because all men sin. This misunderstanding of the passage seemingly affirmed what he had believed. So with this confirmation he began even more to stress how much the original sin in the Garden of Eden had permanently corrupted human nature. Soon after his conversion to Christianity, Augustine rejected his past Manichaean and pagan beliefs. However, as time went on and he wrestled with explaining his desire to sin, he came to reject some of the teachings of the Church Fathers and return to his old philosophies and paganism, combining them with Christian passages and themes to support this doctrine of original sin. While he accepted that original sin was not articulated in the Bible, Augustine was convinced that unless his doctrine was accepted, even good Christians would be tempted to seek salvation through holy living and end up in hell. This Augustinian doctrine asserts that everyone is born sinful, that the guilt and condemnation of Adam's sin is transmitted to the entire human race. This results into mankind being stained by sin and possessing an unavoidable appetite for, or propensity for sin, inevitably and helplessly drawn to fulfill its lusts. Further, it asserts that this sinful state is passed on via sexual reproduction. In short, according to the Augustinian doctrine of original sin, due to Adam's rebellion, man has been cursed by God with an imputed bondage of his will, a handicap, a disability, a transmitted disease, an inherited depravity that is unable to resist the temptation to sin. Moreover, Augustine's belief in original sin would go on to have him invent other doctrines in response to it. For instance, he came to view baptism as the means in which we wash off original sin, and as such any infant that died before being baptized would go to hell, infant damnation. He also became a proponent of violence and persecution as a means of conversion. Since we were condemned against our wills, then so too could we be saved against our will. Due in some part to his views on sex, he believed that the Virgin Mary conceived as virgin, gave birth as virgin and stayed virgin forever. He even went so far as to claim sex within marriage was sinful unless specifically intended to produce offspring. Utilizing the power of his position and vast influence with the Church and Rome, Augustine would go on to mischaracterize, slander and attack those who would disagree with him, all while pushing original sin and its subsequent doctrines. Eventually, the Catholic Church would fully embrace original sin, confirming it at the Council of Carthage in 418, the Council of Ephesus in 431 and the Council of Trent in 1546, and by affirmation of Pope Innocent, 401 to 417, and Pope Zosimus, 417 to 418. It also should be noted, Augustine also came up with the just war theory, the theory to kill those who oppose their Eastern doctrines of beliefs. That is why murdering people, by the Catholic Church and John Calvin and many others who accepted this belief felt justified in doing so. So, Augustine said, all men are born with this affliction, original sin. That would mean the Son of Man, who was sinless, was born with original sin. I'll finish with his quote from Alfred T. Overstreet. If original sin is true, Jesus was either born sinful, or he was not born as a man, in the flesh.
So basically, it's this idea that when Adam ate from the apple, that basically the belief is that all of humanity that had yet to be born, not their souls, but humanity itself, like, so essentially like the bodies of humanity, that they all existed within the seed of Adam. And like not just metaphorically, but like literally within his seed. So there's this understanding that like, so your children, but obviously, you know, it's not like for instance, they didn't know. They probably people back then didn't know that you produced, sperm regardless of whether you emitted it or not. But so basically, there's this understanding that every time that you that you emit without procreating, you're essentially given. So I mean, like, that'd actually be interesting to see their perceptions of how sperm was created or what it was. I mean, like, people try and like fault Islam for not having like a like completely scientifically accurate understanding of where sperm comes from, but it's like neither did anyone else. I mean, but anyway, what I think is interesting here is there's this idea that basically within Adam's testicles, all of humanity existed. And there's this idea that when he sinned, all of humanity sinned with him because they existed. They just weren't fully grown. And so the idea isn't that it's not merely an idea of formation, because the idea of formation is present within the seed itself. So the idea is that the formation of like the body of the person is actually happens within the seed, or like it's present when the seed is created. And then when the seed impregnates the seed of the woman, aka the ovum, then that's seen as being merely a chance for the already fully formed human to start growing and basically go from being a microscopic shaped human or sized human into a normal sized human. And so in this, there's this idea that that all of humanity already exists, and every time you emit, that you are essentially killing off one child, or I guess potentially it could be more, because sometimes people gave birth to twins or triplets or more. And so basically they only, it was an ideology. They were trying to understand things, and given we know things are different now, so I mean, it's entirely reasonable to understand why people might have thought that masturbation was, sinful before. Just not even like in a like moral, or not even like in a like a ritual sense, but in a moral sense, like you're basically killing someone. But the thing is, we know that's not the case now. We know that sperm dies whether or not you procreate, and it's like by that definition, God cursed us to be mass murderers just by nature of producing sperm and then having that die. You could say it's the same with but see, this is the thing that part of the reason why the commandment to be fruitful and multiply is on men but not on women is actually because it's viewed like women were not no, you do have this idea of the seed of the man and the seed of the woman and that they mix together, but that's more of an alchemical understanding. There's other alchemical understanding that you essentially have the woman's womb as a furnace, and then you have the seed of the man as basically the small human. So, but we know now. Yeah, it's really weird.
Really? See, there you go again, cooking babies and fires.
Oh, interesting.
So the Taoists have the exact same imagery in The Secret of the Golden Flower. And Carl Jung wrote a whole book about this, because the Taoist practice of The Secret of the Golden Flower it's got all the same imagery. So in internal alchemy, and it's called Nidon and Wydon, internal and external alchemy, right? So there's lab alchemy, and then there's the meditation internal alchemy. And in that kind, you're imagining that your belly is a furnace, and by uniting the feminine and masculine energies that exist in our it gives like an elemental explanation. So it's like the fire in our heart and the water in our kidneys, and we mix those two things together, and it causes an alchemical birth. The male and female energies mix together, and then you're birthing what's called the red cinnabar child. All right, the red cinnabar, when you put cinnabar in an oven and you heat it up, it makes mercury.
Oh.
Okay, so this is why I was talking about with your friend from the last podcast, which was like, in some of the hidden paths of Tantra, there's a Ayurvedic medicine branch called Rasa Shana, I think, and it's like mercury medicine. But that's just a sort of byproduct of this sort of internal practice that they were doing. I mean, I think the internal practice might have been a byproduct, rather. They started doing this after. But it's a really sophisticated practice where you're doing the same thing. You're mixing these sort of elemental energies, male and female types. And by doing so, you use this fire in your belly. It's like the breath is like a furnace. And by using your breath, they call it the billows breath. So it's like, the idea of like a billows in a furnace. So it's all the same images. You're cooking a baby in a furnace.
Well, and then also think like, for instance, the word so the word porneia, like, so translate that into English, fornication.
Right. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, to be honest.
What do you mean?
Like especially with Amon's classes lately. What does that mean? What does she have? How do you have a cup of porneia?
I mean, what do you mean?
Like just one of the translations for the Lady of Babylon.
I mean, I think it's probably similar to the idea that the woman in the bath is called wickedness, and you could see that in a similar context.
Yeah.
But basically, where I was going with that is that like the root for I don't know if there is a connection, but I have this. I think someone said there is, but I'm not 100% sure. But between the like fornax, like furnace, and fornication. I don't know. I'm going to look that up. But yeah, that one image that that you linked before, the one of Jesus, where it shows like it almost seems like he's breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Like there actually is. I think this is the right video, but straight up this. Let's see, is it this one or is it? Okay, yeah, here it is.
Created a deeply erotic mysticism, penetrating her to the point that she passes out. Vision of Christ asking her to place her lips on his side boob as a way to adore him and also to pleasure him.
Oh yeah, this is.
This is Jesus, or at least a picture of what a lot of people think Jesus looks like. You might have seen it before. It's the most popular image of Christ ever distributed in the United States. It was painted by a man named Warner Solomon in 1940. And by the end of the 20th century, it had been distributed and copied over 500 million times. There's only one problem. Jesus wasn't white. As you can see in this picture, he looks more like a dude from Norway than a first century rural Palestinian. This is a composite sketch made by scientists and archaeologists a couple years ago. It's based on as much evidence as they could gather, and as you can see, the images are very different. As it turns out, white Jesus is more of a projection of what people think Jesus looks like, rather than a historical or biologically accurate representation. And while a picture of this Nordic blonde Jesus might be the most popular and widely distributed image of Christ.
So fornax, the goddess of ovens in ancient Rome, from the Latin fornax, furnace. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, something. No, because that would be Latin. So then what's furnace in Greek? Furnace in Greek. Ah, dang it. There has to go and just completely poo-poo that. Wait. Oh wait, no, hold on. Fornos. How's
Fornos.
No, that.
Fornos.
Yeah, there's a fornos in Greek as well. So that means that. All right, so the translation of furnace in Greek is, fornos. And so then fornication, etymology. All right, so etymology. Yeah, it's right. So 1550s, to have illicit sexual intercourse, said of an unmarried person, from late Latin fornicatus, past participle of fornicari, to fornicate, from Latin fornix, genitive fornicus, brothel, originally arch, vaulted chamber, a vaulted opening, a covered way, probably an extension based on appearance from a source akin to fornos, brick oven of arched or dome shape, from Proto-Indo-European root guer, to heat or warm, perhaps in some cases a back formation from fornication. So yeah, they are connected. It's this idea that, either that, like, when you fornicate, that you're, there's this like context of like heat, sexual heat, or that it's a type of like reproductive heat of producing a child.
Christ in U.S. history, it's not unique. There are African Jesuses, Asian Jesuses, Native American, hippie, and so on and so forth. This statue of Jesus as a homeless person lying on a bench created quite a stir when it was put up just a couple years ago in Canada. Even superheroes are playing the game. Here's Jason Momoa dressed up as Aquaman Jesus. As you can see, the possibilities are endless. One of the takeaways is that Christ often takes the likeness of those who worship him. Even though the book of Genesis says that God created humans in his image, history has shown us time and time again that humans project or create the divine according to their own likeness. Now, race and skin tone aside, the thing that all of these images of Christ have in common is that he's depicted as male. He's assumed to be a straight man with 2 Y chromosomes and male sex organ. However, as scandalous and surprising as this may seem, not all Christians have made those assumptions. They've understood Jesus to be a woman, to be feminine, to be non-binary. Some of them have toggled back and forth between referencing Jesus with masculine and feminine pronouns. They've even gone so far as to make Jesus' female sex organs a key part of their spiritual practice. Now, one might balk at the idea of depicting Jesus as female, but we just saw how people for years, hell, millennia, have depicted Christ in their own image. The most popular picture of Christ in the USA is as him as a white person. That picture is framed on millions of mantles in the United States. It's handed out on cards at church services. You might even find it in a Bible in a hotel room. What does it say if more of us are unnerved by the suggestion that Jesus is feminine or female or non-binary, and that we hardly raise an eyebrow when he's depicted as an Anglo-Saxon with blonde hair and blue eyes? So today on Myths of Love, we want to examine the obscure tradition of Christian mystics who not only envision Jesus as female, feminine, or non-binary, but who went so far as to make his female sex organs, Jesus' vagina, a key part of their spirituality. I teach my class on medieval Christianity. Most of my students never anticipate just how much we're going to talk about sex, body parts, and very explicit expressions of erotic desire. In the history of Christianity, there is a long lineage of mystics who have imagined their relationship with God in erotic terms. Anyways, this makes a lot of sense. There's a whole book in the Bible, the Song of Songs or the Song of Solomon, that is just an erotic love poem where a female narrator expresses her love and desire for the man she's going to marry. Throughout history, Jews and Christians have interpreted this text metaphorically as a kind of way to understand their relationship with the divine. When it comes to the Christian New Testament, over and over again, Christians are depicted as the bride of Christ. That is, Jesus is the groom, and those who worship him are understood to be collectively and individually his bride. The very end of the Bible, the book of Revelation 21, imagines the end of the world as the beginning of the marriage between Jesus the groom and Christians, the bride. So if you're going to use an erotic love poem to imagine your relationship with God, and then think about heaven as an eternal honeymoon, doesn't it make sense that you might think of the human-divine relationship in erotic terms? Mystics in the Christian tradition have used the imagery of the Song of Songs and the metaphor of the Bride of Christ to develop a full-fledged erotic mysticism. All the way from the 2nd century and the 3rd century and people like Origen of Alexandria, all the way forward to the medieval period and Bernard of Clairvaux, William of Saint-Thierry, Mechtild of Magdeburg, Angela of Foligno, Teresa of Avila, and so on and so forth, we find the Christian mystics envisioning God and humans in an erotic relationship. One twist in this lineage of Christian mystics is a group who began to see Jesus as either a woman or as having female genitalia or feminine quality. These mystics was Angelo Foligno, who lived in the 13th century in what is now Italy. Angela is not a fringe figure in the history of Christianity. She became a saint in the Catholic Church in 2013. What in the 13th century in what is now Italy. Angelo Foligno, who lived in the 13th century in what is now Italy. Angela is not a fringe figure in the history of Christianity. She became a saint in the Catholic Church in 2013. What distinguishes Angela's mysticism is her focus on Christ's side wound. After Christ was crucified on the cross, a Roman soldier came to check to see if he was actually dead. He did so by poking him in the side with a spear, and that poke opened up a wound in his side that unleashed fluid from his body. Over time, Christ's side wound became a kind of focus of religious adoration. Mystics like Angelo Foligno used it to identify with Christ's suffering and his bodily pain. In other words, it became a way for them to link their own experiences as embodied human beings with that of their Savior.
And Angela
recounts this in a notable vision from her book. In the 14th step, while I was standing in prayer, Christ on the cross appeared more clearly to me while I was awake. That is to say, he gave me an even greater awareness of himself than before. He then called me to place my mouth to the wound in his side. It seemed to me that I saw and drank the blood, which was freshly flowing from his side. Visions like Angela's represent the tradition of Christian mystics who came to see Christ's side wound as a representation of his femininity or his femaleness. The opening of the wound eventually became the foundation for a tradition that feminized Christ. Mystics drew on the similarities.
So, you know what this kind of reminds me of? It almost reminds me of the tradition of like, what is it? Almost like, I think it's like a type of like mock oral sex. Like it's like not, I mean, it's not so vulgar, but basically like this tradition of like kissing like the Betulus or whatever, which it's also referenced like, you know, when it talks in, I forget where it was, but it says about, you know, say to the tree, you are my father, and to the mother, you know, or to the stone, you know, you gave birth to me. And there's this deep tradition of people venerating stones that are in the shapes of reproductive organs, both male and female. But that you might have like the same symbology being taken on, but in this case, it's not a stone, but rather. Well, but even then, you could view that the depictions of Jesus, especially like statues of him where they have that side wound. You know, people don't typically kiss statues, but you do have that type of veneration, and it's like it's like where you have like in a most basic sense, how the male and female reproductive organs kind of embody this sense of like divine and divine masculinity and femininity. That like. You see the whole connection with like the yod and the staff and the snake, the role that has in connection with like male imagery, and then the role that you know, like water and the womb and cups and blood, the role that has like with the feminine imagery. And I don't know, I'm just kind of talking in circles now, but
of the Latin word vulva, which means wrapper, and the word which means wound. Over time, mystical references to Christ's side wound became ever more graphically and explicitly allusions to female genitalia. Some mystical texts create a kind of interactivity between the reader and the book. They represent the side wound as a slit in the text that is fragile, that is open, and that can be handled, kissed, and touched by the reader. When it comes to female mystics like Angelo Foligno, these interactive elements in the text create a kind of homoerotic relationship between the female mystic and the depiction of Christ as a feminized or female savior. Another example is Catherine of Siena, who lived in the 4th century. She's now a saint in the Catholic Church, and she, like Angelo Foligno, saw the wound of Christ both as a site of suffering and a locale for erotic desire and identification. Here's what she says. With that, he tenderly placed his right hand on her neck and drew her towards the wound in his side. Drink, daughter, from my side, he said, and by that throughout your soul shall become enraptured with such delight that your very body, which for my sake you have denied, shall be inundated with its overflowing goodness. Drawn close in this way to the outlet of the fountain of life, she fastened her lips upon that sacred wound, and still more eagerly the mouth of her soul.
Kind of
And
reminds
there
me
she
of what you
slaked
said
her
earlier.
thirst. If we look
Kind of reminds me of what you said earlier with like the motif of like being denied access to heaven, made it all the more, or like being born into earth, made going back to heaven all that much more important.
How are you connecting that though?
Go back to what she just said.
Shall be
Right
inundated
there.
with its overflowing goodness.
Oh, which part?
Go ahead, go back to it. Yeah, right there.
When it comes to female mystics like Angela Foligno, these interactive elements in the text create a kind of homoerotic relationship between the female mystic and the depiction of Christ as a feminized or female savior. Another example is Catherine of Siena, who lived in the 4th century. She's now a saint in the Catholic Church, and she, like Angela Foligno, saw the wound of Christ both as a site of suffering and a locale for erotic desire and identification. Here's what she says. With that, he tenderly placed his right hand on her neck and drew her towards the wound in his side. Drink, daughter, from my side, he said, and by that throughout your soul shall become enraptured with such delight that your very body, which for my sake you have denied, shall be inundated with its overflowing goodness.
See, the idea of denying yourself from the pleasures, but then Christ will give you even more pleasures.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Close in this way to the outlet of the fountain of life, she fastened her lips upon that sacred.
Also, so notice that the fountain of life, that's one of the titles for like Asherah.
And Jesus's blood.
What?
And Jesus's blood in this context?
Yeah, so so it's saying the fountain of life, but I think
the waters that flow from the fountain of life would be Jesus's wound.
Or yeah, like the wound, yeah.
Wound, and still more eagerly the mouth of her soul, and there she slaked her thirst. If we look to the 13th and 14th centuries, we find actual representations. What I mean is actual pictures of Christ's side wound depicted as female genitalia. There's this image from the 14th century of Christ. It's called the Man of Sorrows and Wound, and it depicts the side wound centered on the page, and I think the references are pretty clear. The wound is enlarged and centered, and in my mind, it goes way beyond anything that Georgia O'Keeffe ever thought about doing. I mean, this is the kind of image that middle schoolers giggle about when they go on a field trip and see it in a museum. Another example is the Stimulus Amoris, a book by James of Milan in the 13th century. And I just want to stop and say that you might have been thinking that this whole idea of Jesus having a vagina, the whole association of vulva, vulnus, and wound might be a strictly female phenomenon. We have here a very powerful religious actor in the 13th century writing about the very same thing. During the same time as Angela Foligno's life, James of Milan's book was being copied and spread throughout Europe. The copulation of mystical soul with Christ occurs at the site of his wound, which is transformed into the female vulva. Wound is joined to wound. In other words, what Lockery is saying is we have another surprising twist in this medieval tale of gender, sexuality, and mysticism. The homoerotic relationship is now between a man who envisions himself as a woman and Christ, who he also envisions as a woman. Well, the fun didn't stop in the 13th century, or the Roaring 13s, as I like to call them. If we fast forward all the way to the 17th century, we get to Margaret Mary Alacoque. She is now a saint in the Catholic Church. She was a nun, and she's most famous for starting the Sacred Heart Adoration. In 1674, Mary Margaret had a vision. In that vision, she saw Jesus asking her to devote herself to his heart. Well, in order to solidify this relationship, she carved the name of Jesus into her breast and then used the blood as ink to
Holy
sign
crap.
and seal her devotion to him. When Mary wrote down her visions and experiences, it became clear that she had cultivated a deeply erotic mysticism where she understood herself as Christ's ambassador, Christ's lover, and even his slave. She has one vision where she envisions Christ penetrating her to the point that she passes out. She also has a vision of Christ asking her to place her lips on his side wound as a way to adore him and also to pleasure him. Then there are the Moravians, who were a persecuted Protestant group in Central Europe. They escaped persecution, and many of them made their way to France, and some even made their way to the United States and founded, among other places, the city of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which is now the 6th largest city in that state. As a group, the Moravians are perhaps the most dedicated in Christian history to a spirituality that adores Christ's side wound / vagina. These portrayals are evident in Moravian hymns. This one is from the 17th century. It says, "The lamb shall keep his bride's soul till she can kiss his sides whole." Here's another. "Little side hole, little side hole, little side hole, thou art mine. Most dear little side hole, I wish myself entirely inside." So what's the point of talking about all this? I mean, why explore this kind of obscure tradition of mystics who have understood Jesus in a very peculiar way? Well, I think there's a number.
That's so wild. Like, do you have any thoughts on this?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like a pretty obscure interpretation, to be honest. I mean, I don't. Other than the bridegroom imagery, that's the only point I agree with here. There's definitely some. If I'm supposed to imagine myself as Jesus' bride, then how do you can't cut that two ways, you know?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I'm talking specifically about the, the cultivation of erotic relationships with Jesus. That, like, it's something that was relatively prevalent, and it's just like, for instance, I mean, if you think about it, part of it probably has to do with the, I mean, you know, if this is true, given, if anything, it probably has to do with the forced celibacy in the Catholic Church and the resulting need to eroticize something.
Yeah, their brains were probably melting from the inside, backed up all that lactic acid. They're, you know, we just can't stop thinking about this, guys. I mean, it makes sense, though. I mean, when you start to contemplate divine imagery, it starts to get into your brain in weird ways, and you might start to have religious experiences while you're looking at, you know, Christ while he's crucified.
Also, I think part of the reason why, like, there might even be some, like, some reason to suspect that this could be the case is because of the attempt to depict Jesus in an androgynous way. I mean, obviously, it's difficult when you're not dealing with visual depictions from that time, but I mean, arguably, like, even looking at yeah, I mean, you can even look at some of the Renaissance depictions of him. Like, actually, no, it's interesting. In a lot of not all, but in a lot of Renaissance depictions of Jesus, it seems like Jesus gets masculinized and his followers get feminized. I don't know. Maybe that's just I don't know.
Of reasons. One, our conceptions of gender and sex and religion are often a little too narrow. There is no doubt that religion as a whole and Christianity in particular have at times and perhaps many times contributed to the repression of sexuality. However, one thing I like to say is that if religion has been a vehicle for sexual repression, it has also been a vehicle for sexual creativity, generation, and expression. We see in these mystics incredibly audacious, incredibly creative, incredibly surprising formulations of their understanding of the divine and their understanding of their own embodiment and sexuality. It points us to the fact that religion is not only a source of oppression when it comes to sexuality, but it can also be a source of surprising liberation, a place where many people might find the resources to understand who they are and who they want to be. It also highlights, as I said at the beginning of the video, that we often don't even blink when Jesus is depicted as a blonde, blue-eyed white man. It makes you wonder, why is it so unnerving to think of Jesus then as female or as feminine? And finally, it reminds me that love has always been as diverse as the human condition. That when we talk about queer expressions of sexuality and desire, when we talk about including those who throughout history have often been marginalized, those who've been put to the side or not allowed in the picture, throughout history, there have always been those who have fought to love in a way that represents who they are. I'm Bradley Onishi. This is Myths of Love. Hit subscribe below and make sure not to miss any of our new content coming out every couple of weeks.
So yeah, I mean, like I definitely think that he might, or that they, I don't know how they identify, but that they might be taking a bit of a like more radical approach. But there definitely is something there. It's just it's very figurative. It's not like, for instance, like when it comes to the idea of like Shekhinah and like or like the divine masculine and feminine in Judaism, it's completely divorced from like well, maybe not sexuality, but it's divorced from sex and from like like from more like bodily aspects. I mean, you're dealing more with like concept.
Yeah, it's like energies, or even like beyond thoughts, like some archetypal concepts here.
Yeah, there's this one. Oh, okay, here. This should be good.
In June of 2014, during Gay Pride Month.
No, never mind. It's just some bigot.
It's all good, man. I gotta hit the hay. It's getting super late for me.
All right. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Oh, this was a lot of fun, man.
Definitely.
Yeah. Next time.
Take care. Have a good
Happy
day.
Hanukkah.
You as well. Let's see. So this should be good.
Okay. With the help of Hashem, we have.
Please speak English.
Piece of Zohar here.
Yep.
To get inspired from, and we want to speak about the Shekhinah. So many people, they don't know what is Shekhinah. So before I'm getting into that piece of Zohar, I want to explain like a little bit of background of what it's about. What is the Shekhinah? That's a big concept that it's hard to explain, but my easiest way to explain it is if you take all of the souls of all of the Jewish people from all over the world and you put them together and you mix together, what it comes up is Shekhinah. Okay? If that's satisfying explanation for you, good for you, Baruch Hashem. But there's a lot to speak about. We leave the concept for another time. I want to get to the piece of the Zohar that I promised you. So let's do it. So that's the Tikkunei Zohar, the first Tikkun of the Zohar, the first article of the Tikkunei Zohar that we started. The Zohar says that there's the concept of Chotam. Chotam, it means like a stamp, yeah,
or a seal
that you're stamping, right? ועלי יתמר סימני כחותם על ליבך. So we have in Shir HaShirim, all of Shir HaShirim is like a discussion, like a dialogue between Kodesh Baruch Hu and the Shekhinah. Okay, it's a very, very like deep. There's a lot of deep secrets about Shir HaShirim. We did touch a little bit of that in previous classes. Anyhow, one of the psukim there in Shir HaShirim that the Shekhinah is asking Hashem, please Hashem, put me like a sign on your heart. Simeni kechotam al libecha. So says the Zohar, Achi amrat Shechinta. The Shekhinah says to Hashem, Af al gav de antistelak le'ela min alma. Even though you are ascending above to the higher realms, Diokanach lo tit'adi minai le'olam. Don't remove your sign from me forever. Okay, I'll finish that paragraph and then I'll explain with the help of Hashem. כי ההוא חותם דבהוא אתר ידבק בממש, רשימו דמראה חותמה, ולא תתעדי ממנה דיוקנה דחותמה להשתמעו דאבה. Like you have something that holds a stamp of the owner of something, so that stamp, that signature of that shows the ownership will always be there. So the Shekhinah is asking Hashem, have your stamp on me and have my stamp on you, even though we are apart, that we have the sign that we are belong one to another. We have that connection. So eventually we'll come together again. We'll reunite. Okay. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Those things are very deep secrets. I can't really go into like to the depths of it, but I want to give you something of it. But you have to know it's just a taste, just a very like shallow surface learning of that, but it's also something. It also can give inspiration. There is a great connection between Hashem and the gathering, the unity of the souls of the Jewish people. Okay? And every time we are doing mitzvah, there's many tzaddikim that they say, L'Shem Yichud Kol Shebrichu Shchinte, for the purpose of the unity of Kol Shebrichu, Hashem, and the Shechina. So that unity of Kol Shebrichu Shchinte, in a certain way, this is the goal, this is the purpose of all of the mitzvot that we do. Okay? Now, you have to understand that there is a sign of, if there is a need of unity, it means that there is a certain separation. If there was no separation, so why do you need to work on making unity? Right? Now, is it true to say that there is a separation between Hashem and the Shekhinah? Is there a possibility like that? The answer is no. There's no separation. It's unity. So if it's unity, so why do you need to have that unity coming? Why do you need to work on that, bringing that unity if it's already there? So you see that there's a contradiction here. Make up your mind. Okay? So the answer is that it is controversial. Okay? It is contradiction. And one of the things that we have to learn in our life is how to live with contradictions. It's not the only contradiction that we have to live with. But that little piece of Zohar that I gave you is a certain aspect of answer. Okay, in a certain way, this is an answer for that contradiction. What is the answer? Yes, there is a certain separation, but also within the separation, there is the connection. So the Zohar is giving us a parable. How do we see the connection that is within the separation? As if you have two people that they love each other very much and they have to go apart for a certain purpose, a certain need. So one is taking the picture of the other, each one have the picture of the other side, and every time you miss your friend, so you look on his picture. Yeah, today it's in the phone, but in the old times it used to be like a picture that people are taking, like a physical picture, right? So you miss your friend, you look on the picture, right? So this is a parable. There's no picture of Hashem. There's no picture of the Shekhinah. Okay, I want to make that clear. It's not the physical picture, but it's the same concept. Like we're using a picture, like we're using a stamp. I want to see who made this book. So I'm looking, what is the stamp here? I have, here. You see, I have my stamp of my Bet Midrash here. This is my stamp of the Bet Midrash. So if somebody will take that book far away, they will look in the book, they see the stamp, it's Nefesh HaChaim, it's the Bet Midrash of Nefesh HaChaim, Kever David HaMelech. Now we know where it belongs to, right? When you see the stamp, you know where it belongs to. So that stamp that is symbolizing the connection that stays even in the time of the separation. Okay? So this is the answer. There is a time of separation in a certain level we experience time of separation, but also within that separation, there is a connection, which is symbolized parable in that stamp that the Zohar is talking about. Okay? So before we finishing that little class, inspirational class, what can each one of us take from that? That many times in our life, we feel that there is a separation between us and Hashem. Many times a person feels down, depressed by himself. No one is watching me. No one cares about me. All kinds of different difficulties and struggles, and right. There is all kinds of moments like that. So that principle that we're discussing today is a very big comfort for those moments, right? Like, again, going back to the parable, if you have, let's say, you're missing your friend very much, and you're looking on the picture, and you're I know that he's waiting for me. Maybe he's also watching my picture now, and you feel the connection, even though there is a separation for a certain temporary time, and you know that time will come that there will be a unity again, and you will experience the unity, right? So whenever you feel that there is no connection, the fact that there is as if again, it's only a parable, but in a conceptual way, as if Hashem is watching on your picture. Yeah, today you can take a different parable instead of the picture. Let's update the parable to our days. Okay, today there is many people that they have like a security camera in their houses, so they're out of the house, but they can watch in the phone and they see the security camera in the house, right? Today it's much better parable. So as if there is a separation, yeah, you're out of your origin, you're out of your true place where you should be, which is with Hashem. But you can see, you have some kind of a device, spiritual technology, I call it, that you can use that to look on the place where you should be. And in the same time, you know that Hashem is also watching you. So there is a connection, right? Anyhow, I hope that I made it clear and accessible. B'ezrat Hashem, as much as Hashem is letting me. And I will finish with the blessing that we will all have the feeling of the connection all the time, that we will know that Hashem is with us all the time. And whenever we don't feel that we will know how to use those principles, those concepts, those meditations to reactivate the connection that we have built in within us. B'ezrat Hashem. Amen. Ken Yeh Ratzon.
So I'm going to probably just find a few other things to put on. Let's see. So I don't really even know enough about the concept of the Zeir Anpin. I know more about Shekhinah. Let's see, what's this?
I made it to 90 days of no porn. And then I almost took my own life. It was 8 years ago. I was still in college. I'd wake up every day 5 minutes before class.
Wait a second, is this because of all the talk about seminal emissions in the Talmud?
Go to sleep and repeat the same mediocre process day in and day out. A friend one day told me that quitting porn would improve my life. I was skeptical at first, but
the problem is God. The Kabbalah doesn't believe in God, right? Not the way most people think God is.
Wait, say that again? The Kabbalah
doesn't believe in God. The word God suggests for people a personality, some guy in the sky somewhere over there looking down at us.
Right.
And that's not what the Kabbalah describes as God, and that's not even what the Torah describes as God. The truth is, if you open up the Torah, you won't see the word God, because the Torah is written in Hebrew, And the word that has been translated as God is the Yud, the Hey, the Vav, the Hey.
Right.
And the question is, what does that word really mean? Okay.
Was, is, and will be.
Right. But it also means Havaya, which means existence. In other words, that word is pointing to ultimate timeless existence, the source of all being.
Where's the practical application for that?
The mistake that people make is they think that the goal is to be spiritual, right?
Right.
And it's not, right? The goal,
Everybody says that.
right? They think the goal is to be spiritual,
Yeah.
but actually they think that we're going to take the material and spiritualize it.
Right.
The Kabbalah teaches that our goal is to take the spiritual and materialize it.
What do you mean by that?
In other words, love. Love is very spiritual. Love is very abstract. My job is to take love and turn it into a hug. I just brought this abstract love into the world with a hug, kindness.
But isn't love a feeling?
Love is more than a feeling. It's also a feeling. That would be it becoming more concretized. Love is an abstract energy, power. Okay. The question is, how does love become manifest in this world? Okay. And it becomes manifest in the world through a thought that I think positive things about you, a feeling that I start to feel inside myself, and then action where I really do something that brings that abstract power of love right here, right now. The Kabbalah teaches that, so to speak, God yearns to be present in this world. Most people think that the goal is, how do I get out of this world and come to some higher world, right? And actually Judaism, Kabbalah is claiming or communicating that no, that's not the goal. The goal isn't how do I get out of this world and come closer to some God in the next world. But the goal is, how do I bring God from the abstract realm and bring God into this world?
In other words, we're like plugged in
exactly
to the divine source, but in that
the
cord,
divine self.
The divine self, but in that divine, our cords, there's a lot of blockages.
That's like
and we want it to flow.
That's right.
Better.
I'll give you an example.
So my question would be, how do you remove those blockages?
Great. Love it. Okay. The Arizal, one of the greatest Kabbalists of our history, had a way of diagnosing people in terms of their illnesses. What he would do, he would ask the person that came for help to visualize the divine name, right? The Yud, you're familiar with Hebrew, right?
Yes.
Right. The Yud, the Hey, the Vav,
and
the Hey. Okay. He'd have them close their eyes, all right?
Should I
And
do
just simply go ahead. You can do it. You can take off your shades, right? You can do it. You know, you just close your eyes and you visualize the Yud, the Hey, the Vav, the Hey. Okay? And then he would ask, and I'll ask you, what color are the letters? Are there any color? You see a color?
Light.
Light. Okay. White, did you say, or light?
Light.
Light. And what color is the background?
Darker than the light.
Right. But are they any more than a color, or are they just brighter and less brighter?
Brighter and less brighter.
Okay. Are there any letters that you're having a hard time visualizing?
The last letter.
The last letter. Okay. Are there any parts of letters that you're having a hard time visualizing?
The first Yud and the Hey I see completely. Then the Vav and the Hey go in and out.
Oy, oy, oy. I'm just joking.
Okay.
Okay.
Blockages.
So the Arizal, based on your ability to visualize the name of God, could then tell you what it is, right, that you're not doing in your life. In terms of how do we personally deal with that, we can only deal with that in a general way, right? And that general way is getting in touch with what is it that you're having the most challenges in terms of ethical and in terms of spiritual awakening. For instance, our sages teach us that, there's something called the Yetzirah, the inclination, the evil inclination. The mistake is that people think it's an evil inclination when it's not evil. It's just an inclination that encourages you to do evil, but in itself, it's not evil. It's just creating opportunity to make choices.
Right.
But whatever it is that inclination most addresses, that's what you need to be working on. In other words, if you have a person and they're really struggling with kindness, that means they came into this world to reveal kindness. What divine attribute, going back to what good are you, It's what you're the worst at.
That's it.
But
Right.
spiritually, morally, not in terms of like,
Right.
hey, I'd like to work on my humor. Maybe I should be funnier.
It's kind of counterintuitive because you think of what your positive traits are the ones that are here helping the world. But
Okay.
you're saying it's just the opposite.
No. Your positive traits are important. Okay. Your positive traits is what you're going to do for the world. Your negative trait is what you have to do for yourself, which in turn is going to help the world. Okay. So in other words, if I've been given the ability to speak publicly, so that's something I could do to help the world. But that doesn't mean that that's the essence of my personal fixing. My personal fixing and the greatest contribution I will bring to the world is when I can work on the very areas that I'm most challenged in morally and spiritually.
Mm.
Okay.
That's a great lesson.
Tough lesson. God is a big problem. And I think there are a lot of people in this world which I call theophobic. You know, I think I was one of those people growing up. I think that's why the Kabbalah has been so important to me, because it helped me get over and really kind of get rid of this bad image of God who is out to get me. There's a cute comic strip of Calvin and Hobbes where Hobbes turns to Calvin and says, Calvin, do you believe in God? And Calvin's got his hand behind his head thinking, he says, well, somebody's out to get me, you know? And I think this is really, if anything, that's what the Kabbalah will do for the world. It will get rid of this, this childish, abusive image of God and enlighten us to an understanding of God, which is not just more personal, but more empowering. Well, what the Kabbalah reveals is that the teachings of Judaism did not come to disempower man at all, just the opposite. It came to empower us with an incredible sense of meaning and purpose, that you and I are literally expressions and aspects of this one self. Then you've just tapped into the infinite source of everything and everyone. So it's just the opposite of what most people identify religion with, is that it's about disempowering us, when actually what the Kabbalah reveals is how one realizes their connection to the one self, or the Kabbalah refers to as the Ein Sof, the boundless one, and how the boundless one seeks to become expressed in the realm of bounds through you and me.
I've heard so many people say when they decide or describe God is that this being up there watching what they're doing. So first of all, they say, why would God even be interested in my life? Number one.
Yes.
And number two, God is just like waiting for me to do something bad so
Yes.
I can be punished.
Exactly. That's
Why do
exactly what my whole life is to help people get over, because that's not only messing them up, but it's just downright wrong. That is not what our tradition teaches, and the Kabbalah clarifies that. You know, without the Kabbalistic teachings, I think people very easily misunderstand what the Bible is saying.
people quote the Torah, the Bible, and they say God seems so mean and he's out for retribution, and that's what people read. And sometimes I like to say, well, you can't just read those words on a literal level because it goes so much deeper than that.
Right.
But
عمر الضفرة 5 أشهر عندها سوء تغذية لأنه حول بي واحد لمستشفى.
All those people that are claiming to be Israelis, Israelites, all this new crazy wave that is waking up, and they're claiming we are the real Jews, you're fake Jews. For me, it's so funny. Why is it so funny? I don't mind that you're claiming to be Jews. Like, truly, be'emet, from the bottom of my heart, I couldn't care less. You want to claim to be Jews? Claim to be Jewish. Maybe you have Israeli roots. I'm not saying that you do not. Truly, be'emet, I don't care. But why to stand up and to start saying, oh no, you're Ashkenazi. Oh no, you're white. Oh no, you're this. Oh no, you're that. Guys, listen, you don't have a clue of your own history. But look at us, listen carefully, deep into your souls. Listen, we know the history. We gave our lives to write down all the truth. Now, the truth is that there were very, very evil, naughty Jews along history. Definitely, we're not trying to say, no, 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 all Jews are righteous. Jews never sinned. No, only Jesus never sinned, guys. To your fake imagination, to your craziness that you're making up. Jesus, Jews with Jesus. Listen, Jews are not going with Jesus. Jews does not believe in Jesus. Jews knows the truth about Jesus. Jews knows that Jesus messed up, and it's okay. It's okay. We're not upset. We're not angry. That's the truth. We have all the archives that you for generations tried to burn, made gigantic bonfires, putting all the Gemarot, all the Talmud, all our Bibles, all our books, trying to burn it. For what? Why do you burn holy books? Why are you burning holy books? Because you don't want to hear what it is really written over there. You're going to mock and going to laugh on the Ashkenazi Jews that are sitting and focusing their minds to the Talmud. Guys, you don't have a clue what is written in the Talmud. You want to start making jokes and fun about the Jews, the Ashkenazi ones with the cycles, the peot. You think you know something? One day you're going to see that Avraham Avinu was also walking with those beautiful side curls. You're going to see that Yitzchak, Isaac, was also going with those beautiful side curls. You will see that Yaakov Avinu had the face of an angel, the face of Yaakov with two beautiful side curls are carved on the throne of honor. You will be ashamed of yourself for even bringing it to your mouth that we are fake Jews. We spilled our blood for the Torah, to keep the Torah. All our families suffered and been sacrificed for that. What are you talking about? Why to start making a war against your own siblings to your claim that you are our brothers? You want to be the only Israelites? Come on, only black? You think only black? Only black. Only black, because the tribes were born in Africa. This is the power of imagination that is closing your mind from understanding the truth. It's written on Avraham Avinu that when he was walking with Sarah, his wife, in Egypt, and the Egyptians wanted to kidnap Sarah, he was afraid that they will do so. And Rashi, the holy commentary on the Bible, the holy commentary on all the oral Torah, is bringing from ancient Midrashim the answer to that reason, because Avraham knew that Sarah was white and the Egyptians were black, and that's why he was scared that they will like her so much, because she was unique, because she was special, because they never saw someone white before. And Sarah was so beautiful that Avraham decided
Okay,
to
that's
hide
stupid.
her.
That's
And
so
when it's
stupid
written
to
about
claim.
Tzipporah, the wife
See,
of
the Egyptians
Moshe,
had never seen a
that
white
she
person.
was Ha'isha HaKushit, that she was a black woman. So the explanation for that was not that she was black, was that she was sticking out in the crowd like a black person in white crowd, because everyone there were white. I'm sorry to break your assumptions, and we are not claiming that black people are not Jews. We have many siblings that are Jews and are black. People from Ethiopia that are definitely Jewish. And guys, in Judaism, you have that mitzvah of conversion. People from different nations can convert and join the Jewish community. And if black people or white people, and who cares, from all kinds, from all variety of skin colors, like someone cares about skin colors, we're talking about beautiful colors of the soul, and you're talking about skin colors. Wake up. You're the ones that are stuck in the past. We're talking about the beautiful, colorful soul of an Israeli person. And you're fighting that we are white and you're black. You're fighting on that point. Me, we don't care. Who cares about colors of skin? Go check the real history. Stop fighting. Stop this stupid war. What are you fighting? Marching in the streets, fighting against Jewish people? We are Jewish, and no one will ever be able to take that beautiful thing from us. And you can join us. About conversion, that we're going to say, oh no, they're Gentiles and we're Jewish, that is halacha. And if for you this is a humiliation, so you need to go and work on your humility and to be a little bit more humble and to understand that it's for your own good. To go through that process, that you will show your good intentions. On the children of Abraham, it's written that they are merciful and kind. And if you are not merciful and kind, so you're not from the children of Abraham. And if you're cruel and violent, so you're definitely not from the children of Abraham. So just relax and try to work on your attributes and to be a better person. We are talking about the truth. And the truth is that we should all hold hands. And if we do believe in one God, in Hashem, that He is Hashem, Elokei Israel, Melech is the only king that we have. And we do not follow Christianity. We do not believe in Islam. We do not believe in Christianity. We're Jews. We're Jewish people. We're the children of Yehuda, the head of the tribes. And you should focus on learning real history. And Bezat Hashem, with help from heaven, Hashem will answer all our prayers and all our needs.
Okay, let's see.
The question is, who actually cares if there's one God or if there are multiple gods? What is it, a numbers game? So Abraham comes along and he says, you have it all wrong. He gets up there, and I'm from Atlanta, so he says, y'all have it wrong, or all y'all have it wrong. There aren't 1,000 gods, there's one God, and everyone's blown away. Wow, we never saw this before. Come on. Really? That's the innovation? It's a numbers game. He's reductionary. He's like, we're going to take God and reduce God down to one, and that's going to blow everyone's mind and change everything. What does that actually change? I'm still praying to some sort of invisible deity. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's 2 or 5 or 200 or 1. What does it really matter? So there are different ways to understand this question. One way we might understand the advantage or the innovation of monotheism is that it introduces the notion that what I do absolutely matters because there's a singular focus within all of existence. As opposed to saying in the previous view that there are multiple forces and therefore multiple energies that are at the source of all there is. And so therefore there are multiple paths or multiple avenues. This is consolidating, if you will, into one focus, into one deity that says, this is why you're here. You're here for me. You're here to do my purpose, my master plan, and it's focused. So as opposed to a person being distracted and feeling pulled in different directions, what's my purpose? Am I meant to do this, that, or the other? The notion of monotheism tells us that at its core, there's oneness. There's oneness, which means there's one purpose of being. There's one focus of being. And therefore, as long as I can align myself with that purpose, I'll be walking a good path. Now, that's not to say that we go through life with such clarity, but we're striving for such clarity, knowing that there's oneness. I'll share with you what I believe is another advantage of monotheism as opposed to polytheism. Like, what's the big deal? One God, multiple gods. So what it comes down to is also, in whom do you trust? Is there one rock in your life, one immovable force, absolute in your life that you can rely on? You know, if you give a project, for example, if you give a project to two people and you say you're both in charge, guess what? No one's going to get it done. If you have two captains of a ship, the ship's going down. That's the way it is. So in order to really trust, to really rely on someone else, it's got to be one. You have to have one person at the helm. That's what their human experience is. And we might apply the same truth to our relationship with God and to the innovation of monotheism. What Abraham does is Abraham says, the world says that there are multiple forces. Multiple forces means that my attention is distracted, number one. And number two, who am I really relying on at the end of the day? Monotheism tells us that there's one force, there's one God to rely on. There's one creator, there's one visionary, there's one source, there's one everything. And now I can rest a little bit more assured, recognizing where my security lies. There's an incredible benefit to the notion of monotheism. We live very distracted and complicated lives. And sometimes our lives can feel completely split. It may feel like we're living a double life. So we wake up in the morning and we go to work, and then we have physical needs that we have, and we have familial family needs, we have spiritual needs, and it may feel like our lives are being pulled in so many different directions. And for a person who's sensitive, a person may feel like they're being schlepped and pulled in different directions, and it hurts. It hurts. You know, if a person's spine is out of alignment, they're usually in physical pain. If the spine is not in a singular focused line, if it's going one way and then the other way and then the other way, it's usually a sign that that person is going to be experiencing some tremendous pain, God forbid. And the same thing is true in our lives. We live fragmented lives, and therefore it's no wonder that many of us feel pain in our lives in whatever way, it's certainly in the form of tension. One incredible benefit of monotheism and monotheistic belief is the notion that despite all the diversity, there's oneness flowing through it all. There's oneness, one source and one purpose flowing through every atom, every molecule of existence. And therefore, if I look hard enough, and if I look deep enough, and if I align myself with this message, I can discover unity in my life no matter what I'm doing. So when I go to work, when I tend to my physical needs, when I spend time with family, when I go to synagogue, when I do a mitzvah, when I study Torah, although these may seem like completely different activities, fueled by the notion of monotheism, they can be seen as flowing down the same path with a singular thread running through it all. You see, these are all activities that are part of our task, coming from the singular God to make this world a better place, to make the physical environment that we're in a place for God. And that's done by going to work, tending to our needs, spending time with family, and of course, tending to our spiritual and religious obligations. And so when the notion of monotheism reminds us and really teaches us that we can find oneness within the diversity. We can find an anchor, a singular anchor, and a singular focal point within all of the things that we're doing. And this can be tremendously soothing to the modern heart and to the modern mind that is being pulled otherwise in so many different directions.
If you like that video, hit the subscribe
So the history, it's actually in some ways the most important of all our festivals, but it's not a festival that seems to get much airtime amongst the Jewish community of the world. Maybe it's because there's not a lot of ritual associated with it. Maybe it's a very short festival, it's only 2 days. Not quite sure exactly how it fell off a lot of people's maps. But if there are the 3 regalim, the shalosh regalim, the 3 festivals in which Jewish people once upon a time went to Jerusalem, being Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot, this is the middle festival. So it obviously does carry a lot of weight. It's one of the only festivals that's mentioned within the Torah. So what is it and when did it begin? 3,300 years ago, the Jewish people left Egypt. We left Egypt as a slave nomadic group, traveling into the desert with a leader by the name of Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu. The first stop after Egypt, after the splitting of the sea, was Mount Sinai. 49 days after we left, we were gathered there at a mountain, and there had been a question put to the people before we gathered at the mountain. Do you want a Torah? Do you want a code in which to live by? Would you like an opportunity that has not been presented to mankind before? Now, the Talmud tells us that for the sake of justice and for the sake of equality, there was a series of, well, this is a midrashic story, but there was a series of requests put to all the different nations of the world via their ministering angel as to whether or not anyone else was interested in adopting the Torah. And when the different ministering angels asked, what's in it? Whether it was the angel of Canaan or the angel of Moab or the other ancient nations of the world, they responded that they didn't want this code, they didn't want these laws, they didn't want this dogma in their life. It would challenge their status quo, whether it was the way they interpreted the laws of killing or whether it was the way they interpreted the laws of stealing. They didn't want change. The Jewish people responded, Na'aseh v'nishma. We will do, and then we will go on to learn and explore for the rest of our lives what it is that we're doing as a ritual. And from there, custom would become spiritual practice. So 3,300 years ago, the question was put, would you like the Torah? Would you like a code of conduct? Something that will completely change you from being a group of slaves that have gone free to a people with a purpose? And the people said, yes, please. Na'aseh v'nishma. We will do and we will listen. We will do and we will explore the deeper learnings of this teaching. With that, Moses steps foot on Mount Sinai. And this mountain was just another ordinary desert mountain. At first, that's what it seemed. But this mountain had been selected. It wasn't tall, it wasn't short, it wasn't wide. It was just another hill in the desert. It had no plants, it had no vegetation. It's unidentifiable. And we're going to explore what that means tomorrow. Hashem said, once you step foot and walk up that mountain, Moses, I want to ensure that no one else walks on this mountain because it will be temporarily holy. It will be a place that we are going to present the people with the 10 Commandments and the whole Torah. Shavuot morning, after 3 days of preparation, the people actually were ready. Moses goes up the mountain, and on that day, there is a loud, booming voice. Now, this was not a voice heard by one person. This was not a prophecy that one person heard and then told the people. This was something that millions of people gathered 3,300 years ago witnessed. Men, women, and children were all present, there, soul in a body, conscious of what was going on, when they heard a booming voice. And what was different about this booming voice was there was no echo, something we'll explore tomorrow. And with the first words, they heard, I am Hashem your God. I am the Lord that took you out of Egypt. That was establishment. That was Hashem saying, this is me. Commandment number 1, I took you out of Egypt. There was no intermediary. There was nothing else. I am the creator. And number 2 was, you should not have any other God. At this point, the Jewish people actually began to beg and scream that Moses should actually stop this great voice and rather tell them the rest by himself. The reason being because every time they heard this unbelievable expression of energy, which is the voice of Hashem, whatever that means, I can't describe that to you. We could never understand what this supernatural, above everything we have come to understand in this natural system called the universe, we don't understand what it means to have an expression from the Creator. But it knocked the living daylights out of the people. It knocked the soul out of the body, and there had to be a resurrection each time. Soul coming back, much like when we sleep, but a completely non-relaxing experience. And so the people said, Moses, we get it. We have experienced it, but please tone it down. It's taking too much of a toll. We can't handle it. They physically could not handle this absolute quantum leap, going backwards and forwards, completely passing out and being part of the spiritual universe where no physicality exists, and then being brought back into the physical space only to be knocked out again. And Moses would then go on to say the next 8 commandments. 40 days later, Moses was meant to come down. There'd been a miscalculation of exactly when he was coming. And the morning came and he hadn't come down. And people start wondering, well, he went up without water and without food. Maybe he's died. And if he's died, who's going to lead us? And this is the problem with having mortal leaders. This is the problem with having people. They die. We need, and very quickly, panic set in. And panic was harnessed by a group of people, rebel rousers, who said, perhaps we can go a different way. We'll create something called the golden calf. The golden calf was created by a group of people who said, let us create a non-mortal human being, a non-mortal being who isn't going to die, and use a special piece of parchment that was used in Egypt to bring up the bones of Joseph from the Nile River, a little miraculous piece of paper with the name of God, throw it into the fire, which has melted all the gold, and in turn, a golden calf came out. And we'll explore what all that means another time, not even tomorrow, because it's not really to do with the story of Shavuot, but I'd like to place the different stories for you.
But enough about us. Without further ado, let's get started. Why should you publish a book? And I think that this Toni Morrison quote sums it up best. If there's a book you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it.
God says to Moses, we just did this thing 40 days ago. We just told the people you cannot have another God, and all of a sudden they've got this physical image, this living golden calf, and they're worshiping it as some sort of intermediary because they don't want a relationship directly with me and they don't have a trust in you. I'm going to destroy the world. I'm going to destroy the people. And that is when Moses actually comes down the mountain with the 2 tablets, and he smashed the 2 tablets. And that puts a stop to everything. What would happen from there is Moses would go on to beg for forgiveness for the people. There would be a tshuva. There'd be a process of repenting, of changing, of recovering. And then Moses would go back up the mountain a 3rd time, and this time to collect the 2nd set of tablets. So that just places the first set of 2 tablets, the breaking, and the 2nd set. Let's now come back to Shavuot. Before any of that happened, Moses went up, and God said the first 2 commandments. And the people heard, and then Moses said the second 8. The last 8, I should say. What was it that they received? Shavuot is not just a celebration of 10 commandments. Shavuot is not just a celebration of receiving the Torah. Shavuot is an unbelievable celebration of a change in the universe. For the first 2,000, almost 500 years of existence, people were in the dark. People tried to identify their spirituality. People had to make discovery. People had different religions. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov and their wives and some of their kids adopted monotheism because they discovered monotheism. They had never been taught monotheism. This was the first time that a group of people would be told, here is a spiritual code of life. If you want to make this world a more spiritual place, if you'd like to fuse and merge physicality and spirituality, if you would like the higher spheres and the lower spheres to become one, well, here's a method. They're called mitzvot, the 613 mitzvot, often translated as commandments. But as I like to actually refer to, based on the Kabbalistic teachings that are really highlighted in Chassidut, mitzvah has the same root as tzavta, chibur, connection. And therefore, these are not 613 commandments. These are 613 methods of connection. You can do what you want. You can choose that the Torah is a dogmatic legal system there to govern the people, or you can see it as a spiritual way of life. 613 methods of meaningful life. 613 ways of connecting the physical with the spiritual. It's totally up to how you interpret Nishma. Naaseh we will do, Nishma we will learn. You can learn it one way, you can learn it the other, or you can learn it as both. This Shavuot, go to shul, find some time, just do something to explore what is your interpretation of the mitzvot. Do you want it to be a legal system that governs the way you live, which is perfectly fine, and you're doing the traditions for tradition's sake? Or perhaps you'd like to do the traditions because you feel that there's some deeper meaning and spirituality in your action. Both are correct, because ultimately what the Torah called for on Shavuot was action. Shavuot is the festival in which we go from being slaves and going free to being a free people living with purpose. And for the subsequent 3,300 years, which is where we're at today in the year 2013, we are a people with purpose. Our purpose? To make the world a more spiritually conscious place, filled with goodness, doing our mitzvot to improve this world.
If you like that video, hit the subscribe.
All right, that's probably a good place to end off. Have a good night, everyone. Well, just one person that's still watching. And see y'all in the next stream. To everyone who's watching this in the future, take care.